მოისმინე, აბა ჩვენი ინგლისური, გიო. ჩვენი ინგლისური მოისმინეთ. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 3 4 ქართულად მე არ თარგმნი. კი
органів державної влади та місцевого самоврядування, представників ЗМІ, бізнесу та донорського співтовариства.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. I'm Anna Oksanichenko, and I'm president of all Ukrainian civil organization Betwincities. The Forum of Development of Civil Society in Ukraine has Можете повторити це?
Це треба коротше.
Has been the greatest platform for international dialogue between the countries and
Представники громадського суспільства.
Representatives of civil organizations and civil society.
Самоврядування представників ЗМІ.
Self-development also for media and donor organizations.
Учасники форуму обмінюються ідеями, кращими практиками і здобутим досвідом у сфері розвитку громадянського суспільства та планують спільні проекти.
Participants of the forum exchange ideas and best practices which they acquired during their experience in the sphere of development, civil society, and they are planning to develop their projects.
У цьому році форум нарощує свої спроможності.
This year the forum develops its capacities.
Та вперше виходить на міжнародну арену.
And for its first time comes to the international arena.
Цьогоріч улюблена подія тисячі активістів, благодійників і волонтерів.
This year the favorite event of thousands of activists and philanthropists as well as volunteers
Пройде одночасно в Україні та Грузії.
Will be held simultaneously in Ukraine and Georgia.
Подія в Грузії буде транслюватися в Україні та на весь світ.
Event in Georgia will be transmitted to Ukraine and all around the world.
Багато століть Україна і Грузія йшли пліч-опліч.
Many centuries Ukraine and Georgia has been walking side by side.
Виборюючи свою свободу.
Working for their freedom.
І відстоюючи свою волю.
And fighting for their will.
Відстоюючи своє право бути повноправним членом цивілізованого світу.
Defending their right to be a full right member of the civilized world.
З першого дня повномасштабного вторгнення Росії в Україну.
From the first day of full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine.
Грузія простягнула руку допомоги.
Georgia extended the helping hand.
Дала притулок десяткам тисяч українців.
Gave asylum to thousands of Ukrainian people.
Продемонструвала свою гостинність.
Demonstrated its hospitality.
Людяність.
Humanity.
Реагуючи на виклики та потреби.
Reacting to the challenges and needs.
За що ми, українці,
we Ukrainians,
безмежно вдячні всьому грузинському народу.
Grateful to all Georgian people.
Всі сектори з нетерпінням чекають на найбільшу міжнародну подію.
All sectors are looking forward for the greatest international event
для України та Грузії,
for Ukraine and Georgia,
яка допоможе розвинути
вектор
руху до Європейського Союзу та свободи.
Of movement to European Union and freedom.
Навіть попри відстань,
even in spite of the distance,
ми єдині,
we are united.
Ми спроможні здолати всі виклики.
We are capable to overcome all challenges.
Дякую за увагу.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Та запрошую на цей надважливий
форум,
назва якого відважні та єдині. Формула порятунку.
The formula of survivor.
На форум за короткий строк зареєструвалися близько 150 учасників.
Within a short period of time, to this forum has been registered 150 participants.
З яких близько 20 спікерів міжсекторального товариства.
More than 20 speakers of intersector societies.
Представники парламенту з різних партій.
Of parliament from different parties.
Міжнародна донорська спільнота.
International Donors Society.
яка працює в Грузії
that
та в
works in
Україні.
Georgia and Ukraine.
Представники місцевого
Representatives
самоврядування,
of local
бізнесу,
self-government business,
громадського сектору,
civil sector,
міжнародні аналітики,
international analytics
експерти.
and experts,
медіа,
media,
волонтери
volunteers
та ініціативні
and
групи.
initiative groups.
Це говорить про те,
This speaks about
що в об'єднанні
that
ми
in uniting
сила.
we are a force, we are power.
Це та формула
This is the
порятунку
formula of surviving
в нову епоху
in
існування
the new
людства.
epoch of human existence.
Буде дуже цікаво. Залишайтеся з нами.
It will be very
Будь ласка,
interesting. Please stay
запрошую
with
всіх
us. I
на наш
kindly invite
форум.
everybody to our forum.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Іраклій. Мандоба, діді.
Да,
Мікрофон пусть заходить туди.
да, я сейчас туда тоже буду. Джер Адрия,
Там будет микрофон, в принципе, не связан. Сейчас, подождите, вот это, наверное, специальный вопрос. Сейчас
და გთხოვთ მოგესალმებით, გთხოვთ დავიკავოთ ადგილები, 2 წუთში დავიწყებთ ღონისძიებას.
So please take your seats.
მგონია აქ გაგრილება ალბათ შართული იმის გათხოვის მაგალითად. ჩვენს უთქავ მიკროფონში. მე ჩვენთანაც უნდა შემოდიოდეს ისე შემო.
არა, შენთან ვერანაირად ვერ შემოვა ჩემ.
გვერდებს. Анна. Мы можем уже? Да. Можем? Да. Шановні пані та панове, ladies and gentlemen, ქალბატონებო და ბატონებო, მოგესალმებით.
I would like to greet you, and I'm very glad that I have possibility to lead the most broad-scale international Ukrainian-Georgian forum under the title Courageous and Unite, a life-saving formula. For a very long time, Ukraine and Georgia were, following we're struggling to be on the first lead, and from the first day, Georgian support of Ukraine was continuous, and we have a lot of thousands of Ukrainian refugees here. Georgia is very hospitable for them, and Georgia is the first international partner which is managing the 11th forum in Georgia, and the forum is the biggest platform intersectoral cooperation where we have civil society, government, mass media, and donor society representatives. The participants of the forum will exchange their ideas and civil society development and their experience. Today's date is symbolic, December the 5th, which is the Volunteers International Day, and I would like to greet from this everyone who is involved in this important and significant process, support of Ukrainian people. We are united, and we can combat any kind of obstacle. And on this platform, I would like to invite the head of the USAID mission in Georgia, John Pernell, who is a Ukrainian-Georgian Forum major partner, please.
Thank you very much. Dobro ranku. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Gamarjoba. Welcome to the Ukraine-Georgia Forum, Courageous and United, a life-saving formula for Ukrainian civil society in Georgia, which is being held in parallel to another forum in Kyiv as we take this event today, the 11th Civil Society Development Forum, Core Element. It's indeed unfortunate that such an event has to be held here in Georgia rather than in Ukraine itself due to Russia's unjust reinvasion of Ukraine, but I hope that you're benefiting from Georgia's famous hospitality and also take advantage of the great opportunity to network for Georgian and Ukrainian civil society actors to network here today. I personally have worked in Ukraine myself. I know many Ukrainian civil society actors, and now in my short time here in Georgia have gotten to know several Georgian civil society actors as well. And I do know a number of the Ukrainian civil society actors who have relocated here to Georgia. So it's quite an honor to be present with you here today. For over 30 years, USAID has supported civil society in both Georgia and in Ukraine to help each country to become more prosperous and secure, and to help each country achieve its Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Civil society is a core element and is essential to every democracy. It offers a way for people to become more constructively involved in their community, their country, and their democracy. It's not only a way for people to have their voices heard, but it's also a way so we can see the impacts of the work that people do and what they accomplish through civil society organizations every single day. Civil society participates in a broad range of activities, from supporting farmers and entrepreneurs to helping combat climate change, to supporting women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and much, much more. During these difficult times, Ukrainian civil society has had to broaden its range of activities to include civilian evacuations, delivering humanitarian and medical aid, and even delivering food and clothing to Ukraine's defenders. Georgian civil society has also been supporting Ukrainians in Georgia, including coordinating assistance, which has entailed creating an online portal to connect Ukrainians with the resources available to them here, providing psychosocial support for Ukrainians, and documenting war crimes. So, this forum seeks to support civil society in both Ukraine and Georgia by creating a platform for communication between civil society organizations in both countries to help them build partnerships and to learn from each other. It is fitting that we are holding this forum here as both Georgia and Ukraine share the same threat. The government of the Russian Federation, which invaded Georgia in 2008 and has twice attacked Ukraine, first in 2014 and then again this year in February. These territorial aggressions are compounded by Russia's active malign influence in both countries. Georgia and Ukraine also have the same goal: Euro-Atlantic integration, specifically EU and NATO accession, and the civil society in both countries plays a major role in achieving these aspirations. The strength of civil society in both Georgia and Ukraine is already high, and collaboration between them will benefit both and also make them even stronger. So, this forum is a great opportunity to join forces, share experiences, work together to address common challenges, and also to coordinate on future activities. USAID, writ large, both here in Georgia and in Ukraine, is committed to supporting the excellent work that civil society does in both countries to improve the daily lives of the people of both countries, and so USAID will continue to support them in the future. So in closing, I just wanted to wish you all a fruitful forum, and I look forward to hearing about the successful collaborations between our Georgian and Ukrainian civil society partners. Thank you. Didi Madloba, Дуже дякую. Slava Ukraini.
Didi Madloba.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give a floor to the Deputy Chairman of the Georgian Parliament and head of the group of Ukrainian-Georgian People Friendship, Archil Talakvadze, together with parliamentary delegation. He was on his visit to Ukraine in Irpen, and under his guidance during the war, all the children who were damaged, and their parents came to Georgia, visited Georgia. Please, Mr. Talakvadze. Good morning. I would like to greet you, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I would like to greet organizers and our Ukrainian friends. On behalf of Georgian Parliament, I would like once again to express our very strong support to Ukrainian people. And once again, I would like to underline that the struggle for freedom, for independence, and also the struggle for the fact that Ukraine and all free nations would have a possibility to take their decisions themselves about their tomorrow, it's a very principle. And of course, Georgian history shows and tells us, and many times Georgia went through what now Ukraine is facing, because you know that occupation of our territories is continuing by Russian Federation, and each Georgian citizen understands very well what does it mean to struggle for freedom, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of the country. From this floor, I would like to express my respect and condolences to all soldiers who have died for their freedom, and all civilians who unfortunately tragically died under this aggression and during these brutal days, who sacrificed their own lives for the freedom, for the struggle for the freedom in Ukraine, and also citizens which unfortunately because of military actions have been are dead. Among them are Georgian soldiers as well. Just recently we know that 5 Georgian soldiers have now died in these battles, and one more previously, who was from the region where I grew up. And once again, I would like to express condolences to their families and praise them for their struggle for freedom. Georgia does everything what our country can to support Ukraine. We expressed our very strong political support on all international levels. We managed together with our civil societies in these difficult times to show our solidarity as in Georgia, also in Ukraine. And of course we are proud that in the most difficult days of the war, our colleagues, and under the invitation of Rada members, we were in Kiev, Bucha, and Irpin, where once again, we expressed support of Georgian state and Georgian society towards Ukrainian people. We are sure that the struggle for freedom and peace is important, has a sense, yes, and we want that architecture of international security and safety and also coordination of the societies would provide peace, and the peace would be a guarantee. Peace would be guaranteed as in Ukraine, also among all nations who respect their own freedom and freedom of other countries and sovereignty. So peace is very important, and we understand very well that this is only possible if each member of international society, among them talking about our very small country with very complex and difficult history. We are everywhere where the solidarity and unity is expected. So for me, as a member of the parliament, it's a great honor to participate in the given conference. I'm sure it will be the very interesting discussions will be held here. We will share questions and answers which exist in this process, in this complex process. And of course, I believe in tomorrow, I believe in future, and I believe that peaceful days will come back to Ukraine. So victory to Ukraine and Georgia. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give a floor to the first deputy of Ukraine, ambassador of Ukraine, Anatoly Khristenko.
I would like to invite, of course, this year has been the hardest year from the 91. Of course, soon after invasion, it began the genocide against Ukrainian people. The victims became innocent civilians, elderly in Irpin, Bucha, and Hostomel. New facts of mass crimes in Kherson, Zaporizhia, and other regions. In this very hard region, we receive support of our brother people of Georgian. Tons of help aid we received into Ukraine. We are grateful to Georgian government for continuing supporting Ukrainian citizens, opening for sectors of school in Tbilisi and around Georgia. Dear friends, I'm very sure that common efforts and abilities to cooperate all makes us closer to the victory. The name of this forum, Unite and Courageous, very similar to the words of President Zelensky, which he said in summer, thanking to these sons of Georgia who, together with our warriors, fought a fight together with us. So their wounds are our wounds. Our victory will be a victory of all of us and all of you. We are very sorry to receive news about loss of Georgian warriors in Ukraine. We continue our fight. We are similar. 250,000 people, 8,000 citizens of Abkhazia have been saved in 1993. 291 flights were made by Ukraine helicopters within 5 days. Abkhazia 93. 2022. 162,000 Ukrainians in Georgia. One of them is me. Ukraine and Georgia are united not only by the Black Sea, not only the aspiration to justice and aggressive and greedy neighbor. We are united, friendly, freedom-loving and hospitable people. But when we stop crying, we are similar. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
ძალიან უყვარს თავისი ქვეყანა და უყვარს საქართველო. ის 2022 წლის აგვისტოს შემდეგ საქართველოში ცხოვრობს. ახლა კი ჩვენ გადავდივართ პირველ ბლოგზე, რომელიც იქნება
I am now within the discussion, opening the discussion, why and how Georgia is helping Ukrainian people since 24th February of 2020. I would like to invite our colleague, the journalist Angelina Broszak, to deliver her speech. Слышно вам? მოგესალმებით ყველა. ბოდიში მე არ მესმის უკრაინული. იმის არ შემოდის ჩემთან.
З вами ми вже трошки
რა?
парламентською відвідав
who visited Mr. Erpin and Bucha.
მივესალმები ფორუმის ორგანიზატორებს, მივესალმები ჩვენს
I am greeting the forum or participants, the Ukrainian guests, also the representatives and of the USAID, media, and all other participants who are following this forum. Of course, it is a great honor to us to participate in this forum on behalf of the Parliament of Georgia in this panel discussion. I will try to very briefly share with you all the topical questions which are, in my opinion, of interest for larger population. First of all, I would like to say that Georgia supports Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, and once again we are expressing our great solidarity to Ukrainian people and Ukraine as such. This fight for independence and peaceful tomorrow is very important historically, and Georgia also has its merit in this history. Namely, we have expressed our strong political support on all international formats. We have supported international resolutions of the United Nations, of the OECD, in Crimea platform. And of course, Georgia continues to express its political support on all international platforms where Ukrainian issue is discussed. Against the background that the Russian Federation continues occupation of certain Georgia's territories, and Georgia was not just once the victim of Russian aggression. For us, is it most very important to that the international community assesses and reacts to this on political and also justice level. The current war in Ukraine is an open aggression against Ukrainian people from Russia's part, and the history showed that when there was an attack and aggression against Georgia, when there was a attack to Ukraine in Crimea, the international community consolidated. And as we see from today, that consolidation was not very effective and strong enough. Hence, today we should do more, whatever is in our power, that the European the architecture of European security protects Ukrainian territory and sovereignty, and that in future nobody has the possibility to conduct aggression against another nation, the one that Russia is doing against Ukraine nowadays. We are, of course, happy and very proud that we stand beside our Ukrainian friends. Our delegation was the second parliamentary delegation that went to Ukraine after Mr. Stefanchuk's appeal. We went to Bucha, Irpin, Kiev. We once again saw the results of this war and how saw the Russian face to it. Of course, we are proud that Georgia did not evacuate its diplomatic personnel from Ukraine when even at the time when the war, it was a very difficult military period, and our embassy is still operating in Ukraine. I would like to thank our society, all the citizens of Georgia, and together with our society, the government of Georgia has done its maximum to send humanitarian support timely humanitarian support to Ukrainian people. And I would like to thank each of our citizens who have participated in this effort. We have supported the refugees from Ukraine. They are almost in each municipality of Georgia. We have mobilized of social services and did what we could to make them feel secure in Georgia. Among that, Mary of Tbilisi, Kutaisi, and Batumi have elaborated specific programs and specific services for Ukrainian citizens. In terms of the Ministry of Education, opened this sector in a lot of schools, and there are a lot of hundreds of Ukrainian school teachers who are working in that area and continue providing education to their citizens. I am also glad that we have a good cooperation with our colleagues from in Ukrainian Rada. I would like to thank the friendship group, the leadership of the Georgian-Ukrainian friendship group, Mrs. Lyudmila Marchenko, and Ivana Klimpush-Tsintzadze, who are constantly in contact with us, and together with them we have initiated a lot of projects and other initiatives, and there are several of them on the way. Together with my colleagues and myself, we continue supporting Ukraine. I would like specifically to emphasize and the status of the prospective member of the EU member. This is a big achievement and a new milestone in the European integration process for Ukraine. Georgia supports Ukrainian integration. We also congratulate our Moldovan friends and Moldova for receiving this status, and we think that European Union has made the right decision because this is the right moment to express this kind of readiness for the country which is engaged in war and another nation which is in a neighboring territory and is under a lot of threats. We continue implementing our European agenda together, and in future we will have very active cooperation that Georgia, Ukraine and Moldova can become the members of the European family. I also would like to reiterate and answer the speculations about Georgian and Ukrainian relationships. Georgia is the participant of the European Union and international communities initiatives 2014 and 16 of the sanctions that were introduced against Russia, including the recent ones. According to US Department conclusion, which I want to refer to, it says that Georgia there's no place of averting the sanctions in Georgia. And as a representative of the parliament, I once again want to emphasize that Georgia is not and never will be a way where you can avoid sanctions. At the same time, we are maximally caring about and support and our internal interests and our internal security, because we think that for the developed, secure and strong and European family, having a very active and close partnerships with European family, Georgia can manage to more effectively support their friends and Ukraine among them. We had a very interesting discussion with our Ukrainian colleagues when we were in Kiev and had meetings in Rada, and I'm glad that their attitude and approach is similar. They also consider that the secure, peaceful, strong and developed Georgia can support Ukraine even better in its its international decisions and actions that are taken by the Western society and coordinated by them at the moment. And finally, I would like to once again express our condolences for those, for the military personnel and soldiers and their families that have perished in Ukrainian war. Supporting Ukraine, and I'm very so that among them there are Georgian soldiers, and it's tenth of Georgians have put their head for Ukrainian victory. I would like to pay my respects for them and to all the soldiers who spared their lives to the fight for independence of Ukraine. I want also to pay my condolences to Ukrainian people for those civilian casualties that emerged after the brutal invasion of Russia and after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I hope that we together, including the civil society and governments and other ordinary people who believe in freedom and sovereignty, we can together, in mutual effort, put an end to this war. For the Ukrainian territorial integrity and freedom.
And for peaceful tomorrow of Ukraine, and I would like to wish success to our friends, to Ukrainians, and I believe that these peaceful days will be back to Ukraine, and following conferences will be already on the restoration and development of Ukraine, and how it should be more protected and safe in Europe and all the world. Thank you very much for organizers, for all participants, especially because it's very interesting format when government, civil society representatives and others, together express solidarity and discuss very important topic which is significant for everyone.
Дякую за вашу підтримку.
Thank you very much for your support. Georgi Khojvadinishvili. He is the member of parliament and he was the first one who initiated a resolution to support Ukrainians, as he modestly calls himself friend of Ukraine.
მოდელი ფორუმის ორგანიზატორებს, მივესალმები უკრაინის საელჩოს წარმომადგენლებს, USAID-ის ხელმძღვანელ პირებს, თითოეულ მონაწილეს.
Each participants which are now, I would like to greet everyone who is today on this forum, which is very important for the friendship of the Georgia-Ukraine and the long-term friendship. I would like to underline it's symbolic that today's forum is conducted in parallel regime in 3 cities and from 3 countries and cities, and one of them is Georgia. It once again underlines the fact of the very close friendship of Georgia and Ukraine as state and intergovernmental cooperation, and also cooperation and friendship between people of Georgia and Ukraine. First of all, of course, my condolences to the Georgian and Ukrainian soldiers families, their families, yes, because and of course, these people who are now struggling in the Ukrainian territories, they are not only in the battle for Ukraine, but also for the independence of Georgia. And I know that in a way, today's, I think that international community agrees that what we see on the territory of Ukraine today, it's a chain reaction and process of what was initiated in 90s in Georgia after, we have a 2008 very known event after the Crimea situation in Ukraine and more big scale battles and war and the all processes which we saw in 2014, and all of we remember that it was not sufficient support from the West, and today we have this day, in 2022, and we see, the brutal and terrible events and processes which are taking place in Ukraine today. And of course, from the side of Georgia, I also was the participant of the delegation and which was conducted in April in Ukraine, and this delegation which went to the visit to Ukraine. It was multi-party delegation from Georgia, and we have the governmental and opposition parties representatives, and it was a case when I think that it was beyond these political parties, yes, because support of Ukraine unifies everyone, and you can feel it in Bucha, Irpin, and Kiev on this visit. And here I would like so during our visit, we have this feeling that of course Georgia has went through all these processes and no one wants them to return. But from side of Georgia, our Ukrainian friends, of course, they are waiting more strong support, and this has to be expressed in this cooperation as a proof of this cooperation and friendship we have for ages with this country. And I would like to mention the decision of European Union for granting candidate statute for the EU membership to Ukraine and Moldova, and this is a steps forward, of course, for the Euro integration of Ukraine. But also it has to be mentioned that I would like Georgia to be by their side, because Georgian people do deserve it to be members of the European Union. We have the constant communication with EU, with our colleagues, with our partners, and we constantly would like to raise the issues that Georgia deserves, and Georgian people deserve to be members of European Union, and and to be more approximated. And I think that we should express our and show our responsibility, and each civilian of Georgia should do as much as possible, and of course the representatives of government, to put even one brick for approximation of Georgia with European Union. And hereby also I would like to mention that besides officials, and support from the officials, I would like to mention that the support that Georgian government has initiated, we can see, this great support from Georgian people, just people towards Ukrainians. This once again underlines that we both nations are freedom lovers, and we both of us, we are struggling with the evil which is called Russian Federation, and the evil and to combat this evil, I think that together with all civilized world, we should be the participants of this process, so that tomorrow's Georgia would be more approximated with European structures, and of course for our children to have more developed, more strong, and what is more important, deoccupied Georgia, to maintain this deoccupied Georgia. And of course, when we talk about brutal results of this war, which we see in the 21st century on the territory of Ukraine, and when we see, peace forces and women and girls, this is very difficult results, and of course we should be very strictly combated from, and I think that Georgia has went through that, and I'm from Shida Kartli. This is Gori, Gori and Kaspi majoritarian parliament member I am, and for me it's very well known the results of the war, which in particular, you know, my region has suffered from. And today, when we see by the you know, Georgian heroes which are struggling and which are in the battle together with Ukrainians, we should not forget those Ukrainians that especially in 90s were involved in the processes and were supporting Georgian warriors in the war which was on the territory of Abkhazia. So this is the support and of course, I wish to provide more support from the side of Georgia to Ukraine, and this will bring us to the result that yes, that the deoccupation of the occupied territories of Ukraine, and we all together as a politicians and also representatives of civil society, we should restore together all these broken down cities, territories, which, you know, today we are sitting here, even today that we are sitting peacefully on this forum, in some of the territories of Ukraine, bombs are falling down. This has to be stopped, and it has to be stopped with the great support of the Western society. Also, yes, and we all together should celebrate victory and the end of this struggle.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Portnikov from Lviv. He is a Ukrainian journalist and expert in analytics and on historical and political spheres. Good day. First of all, I want to thank to everybody who gathered in this hall, to everybody who is not indifferent to this war that today Russia conducts against Ukraine. I also want to express my deep condolences to those who are crying over Georgian warriors who died in this war. For Ukrainian freedom and freedom of Georgia. Here many people were talking what unites our countries and said what is the most important. For our Russian neighbors, both Georgia and Ukraine, they're territories of separatism, as they think. So, and as they think, they must be united to Russia, and we see as that they couldn't achieve this target by political methods. Russia started the war. And it's not only, I will not say that it happened or it started only in 2022 or only in 2014, or I will not even say in 2008. It all started in the beginning of 1990s, practically speaking, from the moment of the collapse of the ex-Soviet Union. In Moscow, they set a goal to set so-called integrity of Russia in order to liquidate those ex-Soviet Union republics who announced as sovereign countries. What also unites us, that both our societies cannot believe entirely that whatever concerns a neighbor can happen to ourselves. this is also a very important moment, and we have to remember it about it all the time. Regarding to what is going on the ex-Soviet Union field, and the war that is going on during the war between Russia and Ukraine, and what was going on between Russia and Georgia. I remember very well that in 2008 we were trying to explain to our countrymen that what happened in Georgia can sooner or later happen here in Ukraine, and that on a big scale Russia has been watching the reaction of international society in order to define how the international society will react when they will start so-called operation to integrate Ukrainian land with Russia. Of course, naturally speaking, most Ukrainians couldn't believe it. And of course, when we were speaking, when we were asking simple questions, why, what couldn't be, we couldn't believe what was happening to Georgia could ever happen to Ukraine, and we never heard logic answers. We heard people couldn't believe it, that a war could happen in Ukraine, and whatever concerns Georgia, and there were enough elites that were oriented pro-Russian, and they couldn't believe that Russia would sacrifice their interests for the sake of their interests, and that Russia doesn't care about the interests of those elites, even though those elites were serving Russia and didn't let their country to develop in the right direction. Now we experience the same thing in Ukrainian territory. Well, Georgia has passed through this, has experienced it. Whatever Ukraine is experiencing now, perhaps on the scale there were less people who had to leave their homes in the 1990s and in 2000s, and I think that the scale doesn't matter here. What really matters, the methodology. I used to say in 1990s that if the world and post-Soviet Union countries, if they didn't make proper conclusions of what happened in Transnistrovia, in Abkhazia, what happened to South Ossetia, which, when we couldn't find solution for Karabakh, new conflicts will be raised, and those conflicts will be on higher scale than the previous ones. That's what we can say now. We are on the beginning of so what is going on now in Ukraine. That will be the start of much harder events. Russian chauvinists, what they think that Russian Federation, what it must look like. So they believe that Russian Federation should look as it was the beginning of 1991, from Uzhgorod to Ashgabat, perhaps with the exclusion of Latvia and Estonia, but we can never be sure that they will forget. So now they're offering not to use nuclear weapon, so with the easy heart they can proceed to Vilnius and Riga. And we have lots of common possibility, of common destiny. The end of this war. Today we don't know anything. Today we're in the fog of war. And there could be very different turns, different roads, different possibilities. We don't know if the escalation will be, what kind of escalation could be literally in several months. We know that today Vladimir Putin is doing everything so that Ukrainian people leave all those territories that he wants to unite to Russia. So now they are trying to do Holodomor, so killing people by cold. So they are making snow desert in Ukraine. And we remember when during the wars against Georgia, the majority of population of Abkhazia, they were forced to leave their native cities. They were saying that the majority of population had to leave their homes. They were saying, so who will stop Russia to send away the majority of population? And this is a rhetoric question. Only Ukrainian armed forces. That's why, depending on the result, how the war will end up, the destiny not only Ukraine depends, but also other countries as well, and Georgia, one of them. If we will exist on the map of, if the people will live on their territories, or there will be only those people who believe themselves Russia, or they would be ready to admit the fact that they are part of Russian Federation. A very simple choice. And maybe today in Georgia, somebody thinks that it is a war that can bypass Georgia. No, nobody will bypass nobody. Not in Georgia, not in Armenia, not in Azerbaijan, not in Kazakhstan, not in Central Asian countries, not in Moldova. I don't advise anybody to sleep peacefully. I don't think that after 1991 it was possible to sleep peacefully, but when this process started and acquired international standards, we must understand that if Ukrainian armed forces can stop Russian invasion, if we manage to reach such parameters of ending war that will not allow Russia, at least within the limits of the nearest future, to act by armed forces and aggression, but it will not be. It will not last for a bit. It will be just for 5 or 10 years. But we must use these years to leave this circle of Russian wars and to observe Russian wars that they will conduct against their neighbors, but not to be victims of these waves. As countries from Baltic countries, they built their independence. And it is much more difficult to achieve that. If we don't achieve this possibilities, this window, if we don't use the courage of Ukrainian armed forces and the victims, so the wars will be more bloody, there will be more victims, and we will witness more brutal war. This is a dilemma of Ukrainian war that will have to go through a number of such conflicts if we will not be able to provide for us full independence. And it concerns Georgian people. But Georgia doesn't have enough territory to go back as Ukraine has, because our territory is bigger, and on the scale. So we have. So the logic of war from the point of view of Russia. Let's remember that this war that this war is just the beginning on the Soviet Union field. It's not that we don't want, but we cannot even imagine the scale of this process. Because this is the scale of this war, the human brain cannot foresee, and we must imagine what is going on, the scale that of our war for our future. We throw a challenge to the empire that doesn't want to fight. Common for government and for the people. We have to understand the scale of our goals, because not Putin overcomes, not federal who are just the conductors of such process. We have to overcome Russian people to think our territories as their territories and our territories as part of Russia. And I am sure that we have such possibilities. I'm sure that people have the right for their history and their future. And sincerely, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We hope you are in safety. Please take care of yourself. Thank you. We invite Katie Vankachidze, who is Katie Vankachidze. She's the partner.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in English because
Я буду говорити
understands English, and I understand this conference is also aired in Ukraine, and I hope that the Ukrainian audience will be able to understand English better. So the previous speaker talked about the courage of the Ukrainian army. I'm going to talk about the courage of the Ukrainian civil society and Georgian civil society, and that of CARE, that has responded to the crisis that emerged after the war. When the war escalated, the CARE Caucasus team has stopped working. It was impossible to continue to do business as usual, to continue implementing development programs in Georgia, as we do. Let me briefly tell you about CARE. CARE has been working in the Caucasus for 30 years, and we are a candidate member of CARE International, which is one of the biggest humanitarian and development NGOs working across the globe in over 100 countries. So when the war escalated, we just stopped working. We couldn't really concentrate on things that mattered before. And then we were also following developments in Ukraine, and as CARE was mobilizing to respond to the crisis, CARE Caucasus immediately took action to support CARE International to devise the strategy and to develop partnerships in Ukraine. Because CARE in Ukraine didn't have its office, we didn't have on-the-ground operations, but what we had was, just thanks to CARE Caucasus, the partnership and the social capital and the networks between civil society in Georgia and civil society in Ukraine. And that was the asset that we contributed to CARE International. And that was something that at the beginning, CARE International could not understand how CARE Caucasus, which was not immediate neighbor, could contribute so much to the work of CARE International in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries. As we were also watching the developments in Ukraine, we were thinking of these scenarios. Okay, how many refugees are going to come? Are they going to come? Because we are not immediate neighbors, how they're going to cross. We were thinking of the possible routes, of the possible scenarios. And I would say that we couldn't really imagine that the thousands and thousands would pour and would cross the border soon. And then it was really it again made sense to work as CARE, because thanks to funding from CARE USA, we managed to fundraise from American private donors and individual donors, and we started to just take action. And it mattered. We started just providing food, hygiene kits for those who were just crossing the border, and we also started immediate cash assistance, multi-purpose cash assistance, which just helps people to define what they need and just to meet their needs immediately in a dignified manner. And that was really important because when we would receive a call from Ukrainians, and we had even a case when our program team received a call from a woman in Mariupol who said that she was hiding in a basement and she was planning to come, and she heard of CARE support and was hoping that CARE would support as she would cross the border. We just realized that we were doing something very important and something very right. It was very emotionally satisfying, but emotionally very, very traumatic. My team would burst into tears after talking to Ukrainians, just sharing their stories. And many Ukrainians would just call, not to ask for help, no, just to share the stories of their trauma, the stories of their experience. And I'm very proud that we were there. And I'm very proud that they reached to us. And I'm very proud that CARE Caucasus also helped build partnership for CARE International, so that they started delivering food, hygiene kits to those in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries, because we helped set up these initial partnerships. And today CARE now works in Ukraine, in Romania, in Moldova, and in Germany, and provides cash assistance, accommodation support, protection and legal assistance, psychological support, support in accessing education and other very important areas. As for Georgia, we continued providing assistance to Ukrainians in Georgia, and we still receive funding from CARE USA and from CARE Austria, from private donations from CARE Austria. And we are again very, we feel very emotionally satisfied. We feel just good about ourselves, our work in the first place, that our work makes sense, and we provide food assistance and hygiene kit support, as well as multi-purpose cash assistance to Ukrainians. But we also think of the long-term support. It's not just meeting immediate needs, but also how we can support Ukrainians come back to their feet, recover, and get some access to income and start their businesses and become independent. Because we have met hundreds of Ukrainians. We know how proud and capable and successful and skilled and talented they are. And we know that they can live, they can stand on their feet themselves. But they just need just a bit support, and maybe just knowing that we are there and we are there to support. And what is even more important, so we want to support Ukrainian civil society in Georgia because we want to co-design the response. We have been working in the Caucasus for 30 years, and we have responded to many crises, including in early 1930s, helping displaced population from Abkhazia. Also, even in Karabakh in 2020, we work across the region. But no matter how knowledgeable we feel we are about responding to the crisis, it really matters that we listen to the Ukrainian civil society and understand how they think the response should be like, what the needs are, and what the better design of the programs are, so that we will be supporting Ukrainian civil society, especially those working on women and children's rights, to co-design, reflect, and co-create further response strategy and further response actions in Georgia. And I'm looking forward to working with the organizers of the forum. And I think you have, I would like to say big thank you to the organizers of the forum. I think you have chosen the best country in the world, in the globe, to organize the forum. Because there are very few countries who understand your pain and who could probably show as much solidarity and who have so much assets in terms of partnership and networks. And the last thing I can say is that only if we are courageous, only if we are united, we can build back these countries together. We can recover together, because we all want to recover. Georgia also needs to recover, and we are on this path together. So thank you again, and just let's stay together in this battle.
Дякую вам велике.
Thank you very much, Parvina Munavarova. You invited.
Thank you very much for inviting UNHCR to this forum. Society, to the refugees themselves. So we are very glad and honored to be here. As it was mentioned by Katy, this is a refugee crisis. And speaking about the numbers, over 7 million of Ukrainians are currently are refugees in Europe, and over 6 million are currently displaced inside Ukraine. Speaking about the numbers in Georgia, as Anna mentioned already, there were over 166,000 of Ukrainians arrived in Georgia, while currently there are 25,000 of Ukrainian refugees staying in Georgia. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank the government of Georgia for the enormous support provided to the Ukrainian refugees in Georgia by issuing various decrees allowing access to education, access to the healthcare, access to work, as well as setting up the reception hubs at the Larsi border, receiving Ukrainians, helping them with affordable accommodation and financial assistance. We are also very grateful to the Tbilisi mayor's office, who since the beginning of the war has hosted Ukrainians here in Georgia, offering them accommodation for more than 5 months. We as UNHCR are closely working with the government of Georgia to ensure the proper response to this refugee crisis, and we are really grateful for the cooperation that we have. Since 24th of Feb, we as UNHCR we set up the coordination platform where UN agencies, international NGOs and civil society are working together to inform better response to the refugee crisis in Georgia. We are here to coordinate our efforts to make sure the refugees are getting the necessary support they need. As part of this interagency coordination platform, we are also updating all the actors involved on the current trends, numbers, numerous researches, surveys that are being conducted that are helping us and all the community here in Georgia to inform proper response. I also would like to note the enormous support that came from the private sector and volunteers here in Georgia. Without their support, it would be very difficult to reach out to the refugees in Georgia to better understand the needs, to better understand the dynamics, and to better assess the needs and inform further support. So basically, as part of that interagency coordination that UNHCR is in charge of, we have also set up several subgroups, and my colleagues in the second platform will be talking about it when it comes to the financial assistance. And we are here complementing the state efforts when it comes to the financial assistance. We have various groups that are working on child protection issues to ensure that children, refugee children are getting necessary support. We are also working with various UN agencies on GBV-related issues, because as you all know, refugees are coming highly traumatized. They are in need of various services, including mental health and psychosocial support. We are also working on the legal aspect, where Ukrainian refugees are being provided with the necessary legal advice and counseling. And lastly, we as UNHCR, we have extended all our services to Ukrainian refugees in Georgia that goes beyond the cash assistance. So we are talking about general counseling, referral, accompaniment, access to services, access to employment, and we are working together with the government to see the next steps. Because the immediate needs, with all the support of the government, the civil society, the international organizations with UN organizations are being addressed. But then we need to sit together and see what will happen in the long term. What would be the alternatives of Ukrainian refugees in Georgia, and how we all could and should support them to better integrate in Georgia. In the course of today, I will be talking about the profiles and the trends of the Ukrainian refugees in Georgia. But for the time being, I just wanted to mention that following the numerous surveys and researches that have been in place, there is a high probability that out of those 25,000 of Ukrainians, the vast majority will be staying in Georgia in 2023. And basically that would be very important for us to unite and join forces to consider better integration of Ukrainian refugees in Georgia. Thank you.
Дякую вам.
Thank you very much. Nino Zurabishvili, expert of National Association of Local Government. Thank you. Dear friends, let me start my speech from newly learned Ukrainian language. Thank you very much to the organizers to honor that once again I can express my support to Ukraine and to unbreakable Ukrainian people, and to the possibility to share with you the information what Georgian municipalities are doing in order to help Ukrainian guests in Georgia and in Georgian municipalities, and how we can help even more. As my knowledge of Ukrainian language are not perfect, I will start speaking Georgian now.
First of all, I will inform you that I'm an expert on local issues, of local governance issues. I have very close and active contacts with the local governments and what the municipalities are doing on that level. I will share with you the information about this. Part of it has been already voiced here, but before I get to this, I would like to inform you about their possibilities and their responsibilities and power to be more involved in supporting our Ukrainian friends. I would like to emphasize here that and want that our other participants from Ukraine and in Ukraine should know that there are different legal or legislative differences between the power of local governance bodies in Ukraine and Georgia. Here we have more restricted rights. We, of course, especially in terms of use of infrastructure and what we can offer to the Ukrainian refugees. These are the services in education, cultural and socialization, and some of the social systems. The social assistance in Georgia is centralized, however, and that's why this social assistance on municipality level is limited to certain activities. I would like to touch upon several aspects that I consider quite most important and that are actively implemented by the municipalities, especially in respect of support to the children, so that all these services that are on the ground are accessible for them at a similar level as to local children. This is educational and cultural and socialization aspects. I would like to first of all mention the preschool and school education that is available in all municipalities for Ukrainian children, and also several municipalities have elaborated a simplified method of participating in this in Tbilisi municipality, Batumi municipality.
It's very important because when we talk about priorities, talking about the registration of such children to the kindergartens, also it's very important, and we the formal and informal education and access to the informal education, and in the majority of the municipalities, in absolute majority, such informal education and out of school education. When we talk about social activities, the whole range of these social activities we have and which are provided to the local society by this municipality, yes, is free of charge for these children in school, in sports schools, and also, in sport activities, whether this will be spring camps and etc. I also would like to underline, that it's very, very important to talk about the financial support, so when we talk about municipalities which are renting some in certain municipalities, some municipalities have a program to provide them with the rent price. Of course, it depends what resources municipality has and the number of this financing and how many, what families there are in this concrete municipality, Ukrainian families, and it is very, very important when we talk on the local level, the collection of the humanitarian cargo, when majority of the municipality, there are some of them, the donation of this, and when we talk about the local society, and also, when we talk about special contribution of certain municipalities, and one of them is the Tbilisi municipality, which is very actively involved. And of course, we understand that Tbilisi is a capital, and it has maybe more possibilities, for different. And that's why I think that when we talk about the blood donation actions, and I have to also talk here about, the decision of the mayor of municipality who was, there. And he has possibility to provide this for our Ukrainian friends, and I understand and I'm talking about, one of the members of society, and this will never be enough unless we won't, have this common goal and struggle, and in some cases it will be maybe, some instruments for the civil society. It means informational sharing of information and maximum support and coordination, of the activities and initiation. So I would like, finally, before I will end it, to talk about what municipality can do and how it can do to be more active in this daily issues, when we talk about the local and when we talk about the big majority municipalities where we have many people, yes, maybe self-government will be a hub where, the coordination of this happens, where the information is gathered and what municipality can do, and not only municipality, but anyone who provides service. It can be, a hub. And what is very, very important, the active citizens, which are very, active in this, to participate, in these processes. Of course, with the help of this hub, this can be done, very effectively. Thank you very much. And I would like, to wish Ukraine and, of course, Georgia together with Ukraine, what's happening. Wish them, a very quick and very, important victory in the nearest future. Yes, of course, we are by your side, and to have this everything. Yes. Europe much more effective than it was before this war. Thank you a lot.
Хтось з гостей з залу, будь ласка.
If somebody is willing from the audience to ask questions. Thank you very much to everybody. I pass the microphone to Irakli.
Thank you once again for very interesting speeches, and you can take your places. Before we will pass to a new discussion, we will have the ceremony of signature of the memorandum of and representative between cities, yes, and representatives Ketevan and Anna will sign it. Memorandum of Understanding. So I would like to say briefly, a few words.
this forum we have organized very fast within 3 weeks, but this idea, and I constantly repeat that it's better in timely than never, but even if we have certain technical issues, I apologize for it, because I think that this forum is very interesting for all of us. Of course, there are small technical issues, and I hope you don't pay attention to them. I invite Ms. Ketivan. So we are not just talking, we are acting. Today we do not have time for long thinking. So and the same about the world. So instead of talking for a long time, we decided to actually work. So we decided that with organization CARE Caucasus, we will sign this very important memorandum of understanding with CARE Caucasus.
შეგვიძლია ოფიციალურად მოვაწეროთ ხელი ამ
Yeah, we can sign this document now officially. And
stand and not sit, because we have to take action very fast. So we are just signing a memorandum of cooperation so that we co-design the further response strategy, and we just cooperate further in this response and in support of Ukrainians in Georgia as well as in Ukraine.
დიახ, აპლოდისმენტები.
Applauses, and we are sure that
наша сила сьогодні в цьому
And now we will go to the following discussion, and the title of it is Ukrainians in Georgia, Possibilities and Integration. So we will have also the presentations, and to lead it, I would like a moderator, support to Ukraine, Sofia Kamushadze, who played a big role, in the organization of today's forum. Thank you for that. Thank you to everyone.
To today, once again, invite my colleagues to my...
Today I have been
all of you to be a part of this, I think, quite significant event for Ukraine and for Georgia. May I invite you here for the speakers, please. Okay, people in Georgia. Project manager Tinatin Chaparidze, should I kindly invite you, please? Ekaterina, maybe you will join us, World Vision Georgia. And Tamar Dagarguleshi is here, representative of SB Foundation. Oh, it's so hot. Может, чертовы. Ты потом. No. We are waiting one participant, so maybe we can start, and she will join us later stage. Yes, this panel is starting a little bit in a few minutes earlier, so our apologies. We can start, and after our colleagues can join us, if you don't mind, in order to save precious time and save time for the upcoming panel representatives. My honor today to moderate the panel with our donor organizations who have significant participation, support, and help in this country to the Ukrainians. And I'm giving the floor now, if you don't mind, to the Ekaterina Todria. She is a representative of the World Vision Georgia. Thank you.
Okay, problem. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's so very nice to be a part of this wonderful event, and there are no words to express the gratitude and very, very many thank you to all those people who organize and is part of this very important forum, which aims basically showing the full support, not only Georgian society, but the international actors working not only in Georgia, but I would say across the world. This gives a very great chance to everyone to show not only support, but I would say the attitude and basically the work a lot of people and a lot of organizations are doing not only in Georgia, but in a lot of regions which basically hosted the refugees fled as a result of war in Ukraine. Here I'm representing organization World Vision, which became, I would say, part of the Ukrainian crisis from the very beginning. When I'm saying part, that means that we're not only responding to the need of refugees who fled from Ukraine to different countries, but also we have representation in Ukraine, basically working with IDPs and populations affected by the war. World Vision in Georgia is presented by, I would say, well, two projects, if I may say so. One is implemented by part of the regional response program, and these regions, as I already mentioned, is Ukraine, and we are having a project supporting refugees from Ukraine in Moldova, Romania, and the another project, World Vision, is implemented, is supported by UNHCR. So I will try to give you a short presentation about the activities of these two projects. Somewhere they're going to be crossing each other, but the aim is basically to show you what World Vision is doing in Georgia in terms of responding to the needs of refugees, together with the efforts of UNHCR and our donor, which is ADH, consortium of donor organizations in Germany. So what do I push here next? Okay. Do you think it works? Do I have to direct it to? Okay. Okay, I guess so. So
არ წაგართმევთ ბევრ დროს უბრალოდ ზოგადად ქვეყნის სიტუაციის შესახებ, იმიტომ რომ პრეზენტაციიდან ჩანს და გამოსვლებიდან წინა მოსაუბრეებისა უკვე ცნობილია სიტუაცია. მე მინდა ხაზი გაუსვა იმას, რომ საქართველოს ზომის ქვეყნისთვის ის ზეგავლენა რაც მოახდინა მასზე ტოლიმების შემოდინება საკმაოდ რთულ მდგომარეობაში ჩააგდო და დონორი ორგანიზაციებისგან მხარდაჭერით გამოწვევა იყო და მათ შორის CARE-ს მხრიდან, World Vision-ის მხრიდან არ იყო შესაძლებლობა რომ უმალვე რაღაცა რეაგირება არ მოგვეხდინა ამ კრიზისზე სიტუაცია უფრო ამ კრიზისს უფრო რთული ზეგავლენა ექნება მომავალშიც და მე მოხარული ვარ რომ ვარ ნაწილი ამ რეაგირების გუნდისა როგორც ორგანიზაცია რას ვაკეთებთ კონკრეტულად შევხედოთ ერთი აგერ არ გვაქვს ის სლაიდი როგორც ვახსენე უკვე World Vision-ი სხვადასხვა აქტივობებს ახორციელებს ერთ-ერთი არის დაფინანსების მიმართულებისა ეს არის UNHCR-ის და გერმანული კონსორციუმის მეშვეობით ჩვენ ამ რეაგირების ფარგლებში შევძველით მულტი სერვისების ცენტრების ჩამოყალიბებას თბილისში და ბათუმში ეს ჩვენი ზომების ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ნაწილია უფრო დეტალურადაც მოგახსენებთ ამის შეგახსენებთ რეაგირების პროცესში ჩვენ ვეხმარებოდით საქართველოს მთავრობას რომ მათი შესაძლებლობები გასდილი იყო იმ ლტოლვილების დახმარების კუთხით, რომლებიც ლარსის გადასასვლელიდან შემოდიოდნენ, რომ გადვილებოდათ უკრაინელებს საქართველოში ჩამოსვლის პროცესი. ეს World Vision-ის ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი პროგრამა არის ფულადი დახმარების გაწევაც ეს არის მთავრობის კომპლემენტარული ძალისხმევა რა თქმა უნდა მთავრობამაც ძალიან დიდი ღვაწლი შეიტანა ამ დახმარების მიმართულებით მათ დააფინანსეს დაბინავების საკითხები და უზრუნველყოფენ აგრეთვე საჭირო სახსრებით რომ კონდეთ შესაძლებლობა ბინების დაქირავების ეს არ არის რა თქმა უნდა ადვილად ხელმისაწვდომი მომსახურება და ჩვენი პროექტი რომელიც ამ რეაგირებაზე არის ორიენტირებული სთხოვდა სახელმწიფოსა და მთავრობას რომ აი ეს თანხები ქირავნობის თანხების მხრივ შემოსულიყვნენ თანამშრომლობაში მე ვფიქრობ რომ ჩვენი კოლეგები უფრო მეტად ისაუბრებენ ამაზე როგორც CARE ასევე და სხვა UNHCR-ი ჩვენ ფაქტურად გავაერთიანეთ ჩვენი ძალისხმევა რომ დახმარება გაგვეწია ლტოლვილებისთვის სოციალ-ფსიქოსოციალური პროგრამებიც ტარდება და კიდე სხვა აქტივობები World Vision-ი და UNHCR-ი არიან უფრო აქტიურები ამ მიმართულებით ჩვენ ვართ ნაწილი ამ ძალისხმევისა ეს მულტი სერვისული ცენტრი ლტოლვილებისთვის არის ისეთი ორგანიზაცია, რომელიც შეიქმნა ბათუმში და თბილისში UNHCR-ის დახმარებით. ეს არის ზოგადად მექანიზმი, რომელიც დაეხმარება ბენეფიციარებს თავიანთი ფუნდამენტალური უფლებების განხორციელებაში. გარდა ამისა, ეს ორგანიზაცია საშუალებას უქმნის ლტოლვილებს რომ კონდეთ ადგილი რომელსაც შეიძლება მივიდნენ და მიიღონ დახმარება და აგრეთვე კონსულტაციები და მოხარული ვარ რომ ჩვენ ამგვარი შესაძლებლობა შევუქმნით ლტოლვილებს რომ გქონდეთ ინფორმაცია იმის შესახებ თუ რა დახმარებები არის ხელმისაწვდომი როგორც სამთავრობო არა სამთავრობოდან და აგრეთვე ჩვენ შევქმნით საუკეთესო გზები რომ კომუნიკაცია განხორციელებულიყო ამ ლტოლვილებმა ჩვენ საკმაოდ აქტიურად და წარმატებით საქმიანობთ ამ მიმართულებით არც ერთი ლტოლვილი არ გამოგრჩენია ჩვენი მონაცემების ფარგლებს გარეთ არ მოხვედრილა განსაკუთრებით კი ბავშვები და მოხუცები რომლებიც არიან მოწყვლადი ჯგუფი მოსახლეობისა ამ ჩვენ სისტემაში რომელიც ჩამოყალიბდა ვიჟენის და UNHCR-ის მიერ ისინი იქნებიან ჩვენი დახმარების მიმღებები გვაქვს ასეთვე შექმნილი რაღაცა შესაძლებლობები ლარსის საზღვარზე მათი მიღების ჩვენ აქ წამყვან როლს CARE-იც თამაშობს ამაზე უკვე შეიქმნა სააგენტოს შორის საკოორდინაციო მექანიზმი რომელიც აწევრიანებს ადგილობრივ საერთაშორისო გუნდებს რომლებიც ამ რეაგირების პროცესში არიან ჩართულები სულ ახლახანს ჩავატარეთ შეფასება საჭიროებების უკვე დასრულებულია ჩვენ ალბათ შევძლებთ ამის მოგვიანებით გაზიარებას დაახლოებით 2 კვირის ვადაში გვაქვს უკვე შესაძლებლობა რომ როგორც საერთაშორისო დონორებს და ასევე მთავრობას და ადგილობრივ ორგანიზაციებსაც გავუზიაროთ ჩვენ გვაქვს იმედი რომ ეს შეფასება ძალიან ყოვლის მომცვლელია და აქედან რაღაცის გამოყენება ყველას შეეძლება კიდევ ერთი რამ რაც რაზეც მინდოდა თქვენი ყურადღების მიღწევა ეს არის რომ ჩვენ ძალიან მჭიდროდ თანამშრომლობთ საგანმანათლებლო ორგანიზაციებთან მათ შორის სკოლებთან ბათუმში თბილისში და შეგვიძლია გახმარება გაუწიოთ 1000-ზე მეტ ბავშვს გაუწიეთ უკვე დახმარება სხვადასხვა საგანმანათლებლო საგანვითარებისთვის ორიენტირებული ინვენტარის მიწოდების მიმართულებით ამიტომ ხარისხიანი განათლების მიწოდების მიმართულებით მათ შეეძლოთ სკოლების ინფრასტრუქტურების გამოყენება ჩვენ ამას გავაგრძელებთ მომავალ წელსაც და ვიმედოვნებთ რომ თანაბარი მოპყრობა ექნებათ როგორც ქართველ ასევე უკრაინელ მოსწავლეებს ჩვენ ვართ ასევე ჩართულები ფსიქოსოციალური დახმარების გაწევაში განსაკუთრებით ბავშვებისთვის სხვადასხვა აქტივობების მეშვეობით ჩვენ ამასაც გავაგრძელებთ მომავალი წლის განმავლობაში ეს ისეთი რამ არის რაც ჩვენ აღმოვაჩინეთ რომ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ბავშვებისთვის რომლებსაც ომის შემდგომი ტრავმები აწუხებთ და რაც აუცილებლად დიდი ყურადღება უნდა მივახციოთ ჩვენი მხრიდან საბოლოოდ მინდა მოგაწოდოთ რაღაცა მიგნებების შესახებ ინფორმაცია რა არის ძირითადი საჭიროებები შეგიძლიათ გადახედოთ ამას და ვიმედოვნებთ რომ დონორთა და საერთაშორისო საზოგადოებასთან ერთად და ადგილობრივ არასამთავრობო ორგანიზაციებთან თანამშრომლობაში შევძლებთ თითოეულისთვის პრიორიტეტული მიმართულების შერჩევას და დახმარების გაწევას აქ კიდევ გარკვეული სტატისტიკა ყვანილი რეგიონალური პროექტების რეაგირების თვალსაზრისით, რომელსაც ჩვენ პროექტის განმავლობაში გვინდა რომ მივაღწიოთ, რომელიც კრიზისის დადგომის შემდეგ განხორციელდება. მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ აქ მომდამსრეთა უმრავლესობა სრულიად მხარდაჭერას უცხადებს უკრაინელ ხალხს და იმ საქმიანობებს, რომლებიც დონორთა დახმარებით ხორციელებთ ხდება მოქალაქო საზოგადოების და NGO-ების მეშვეობით და დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადოთ თავად უკრაინულ ტოლვილებს, რომლებიც ერთმანეთს ძალიან აქტიურად ეხმარებიან. აქ არის არასამთავრობო ორგანიზაციების, რომლებიც ჩვენ გვეხმარება იმას მაგრად, რომ ჩვენ მათ ვეხმარებოდეთ. დიდი მადლობა თქვენ და დიდი მადლობა, რომ მომეცა საშუალება თქვენთვის მომემართა. დიდი მადლობა კარტერინა, დიდი მადლობა ამ ინფორმაციისთვის, რომ ჩვენს გვაქვს საშუალება რაღაცნაირად წვლილი შევიტანოთ. ახლა მინდა სიტყვა გადავწეთ ამარ დაკარგულიას. მე ძალიან მოხარული ვარ 10 წლიანი გამოცდილების შემდეგ ადგილობრივ ადგილნაცვალ ხალხთან მუშაობისა მე შემიძლია იგივე დახმარება გაუწიო უკრაინულ ხალხს საქართველოში. 2000 ივლისის 21 წლის ივლისიდან დაწყებული ჩვენ შევძელით რაღაცა შეფასება გაგვეკეთებინა როგორი დახმარების გაწევა შეგვეძლოა უკრაინელი ხალხისთვის, რაც 6 თვის განმავლობაშიც წარმოეთ უკვე ჩვენ ვარჩევთ ჩვენ ბენეციარებს შემდეგი კრიტერიუმებით. პირველი რიგში ეს არის ოჯახები, სადაც არის შეზღუდული შესაძლებლობის წევრები, აგრეთვე ხანდაზმულები და ბავშვები და აგრეთვე იმ ოჯახებს, რომლებსაც ერთი ესე იგი პოლის მშოვნელი ყავს. ჩვენ პროექტის ფარგლებში რაღაც სოციო-ეკონომიკურ კრიტერიუმებსაც ვითვალისწინებთ. $1,500 ნაკლები შემოსავალი უნდა კონდეს ამ ოჯახს და შეგვიძლია 6,000 საქართველოს ლარის ფარგლებში დახმარების გაწევა. ჩვენ სანამ ძალიან მჭიდროდ თანამშრომლობთ უკრაინულ ოჯახებთან თქვენ პარტნიორთან ერთად, Unite Together-თან ერთად და ჩვენ არამარტო აი ამ ფულად დახმარებას ვუწევთ ტოლვილებს, არამედ ხრესნიკთან ერთად, რომელიც ოჯახის დახმარების ორგანიზაცია, ჩვენ ბენეფიციარებს სოციალურ ეკონომიკურ საკითხებშიც ვუწევთ დახმარებას. ხრესნიკი ის ხალხია, ვინც გვეხმარება ბენეფიციარების შერჩევაში, გამოვლინებაში და აგრეთვე გვაწვდის გარკვეულ ინფორმაციას და აგრეთვე სერვისებითაც უზრუნველყოფს თავად ოჯახებს და ჩვენი მჭიდრო თანამშრომლობის განმავლობაში ჩვენ აღმოვაჩინეთ, რომ უკრაინელი ტოლვილების უმეტესობა, რომლებიც საქართველოში ცხოვრობს, უმაღლესი განათლებას ფლობს და აგრეთვე რაღაცა ბიზნეს გამოცდილებაც გააჩნია. და ჩვენ ეს შესაძლებლობას გვაძლევს, რომ ახალი რაღაცეები შევთავაზოთ. ეს გარდა ამისა, ამით ჩვენმა ბენეფიციარებმა აღნიშნეს, რომ მთავარი ბარიერი ეს ენობრივი გახლავთ და ჩვენ განსაკუთრებით World Vision-ი არის ამაში უკეთესად ჩახედული. ჩვენ ერთობლივად მათთან სექტემბრიდან უკვე ვაწვდით ქართული ენის კურსების გავლის შესაძლებლობას. ბავშვებისთვის გვაქვს შაბათის სკოლა, რომლის ფარგლებში ქართული და ინგლისური ენის კურსები ტარდება. ჭადრაკის კლუბი ფუნქციონირებს, ხელოვნების კლუბი და აგრეთვე არის საპარლამენტრო ბიბლიოთეკაში ქართველ და უკრაინელ ბავშვებს ექნებათ წარმოდგენა შობასთან დაკავშირებით. ჩვენ არ გვინდა მხოლოდ ფინანსური მხარდაჭერით შევიზღუდოთ, მაგრამ აგრეთვე სოციალური ინტეგრაციის მიმართულებითაც, რომ უკრაინელი ტოლვილები აქ ინტეგრირდნენ. ჩვენ აგრეთვე ერთი კიდე გამოწვევის წინაშე ვდგავართ ზამთრის პერიოდში დათბობის თვალსაზრისით. დეკემბრიდან დაწყებული 2023 წლის მარტის ჩათვლით 600-ს ოჯახს 150 ლარი დავეხმარებით, რომ აი ეს კომუნალური ხარჯები დაფარო. კიდევ იქნება ერთ-ერთი დახმარება ჩვენი მხრიდან უკრაინული ეჯახების მიმართ. ჩვენ ვაპირებთ ორგანიზება ჩავატაროთ დასრულებისთვის საშობაო რაღაცა ღონისძიების თვალსაზრისით და ჩვენ აგრეთვე ვიაზრებთ, რომ ერთ-ერთი დიდი პრობლემაა, რომ ამ მიმართულებითაც არის მნიშვნელოვანი, რომ შობისთვისაც რაღაცა ღონისძიებები ტარდებოდეს. ჩვენ აქ კიდევ საუბრობთ იმის შესახებ, თუ რა შესაძლებლობები არსებობს ინტეგრაციის თვალსაზრისით, განსაკუთრებით ახალგაზრდების და ბავშვებისთვის უფრო პროინტეგრაციის ჯგუფი გახლავთ ეს და ჩვენ გვჭირდება ორგანიზება ჩაუტაროთ არაფორმალურ რაღაც თანამშრომლობას ამ მიმართულების და კიდევ მინდა აღვნიშნო ის ფაქტი, რომ ჩვენ გვყავს ბენეფიციარები, რომლებიც უნივერსიტეტის სტუდენტები გახლავენ და არც ერთ უნივერსიტეტს ჯერჯერობით არ შეუთავაზებია რაიმე ერთობლივი კურსები ამ ბავშვებისთვის და ამიტომ მოუწიათ საქართველოსთან მესამე ქვეყნებში გადაბარგება. და ჩვენ პარტნიორებთან განვიხილავთ ამ საკითხს, რომ სამომავლოდ ეს თემაც უნდა გავითვალისწინოთ. ჩვენი მხრიდან თუ ეს იყო, თუ რაიმე კითხვები გაქვთ, მოვესალმებით. დიდი მადლობა თამარ. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი საკითხების წამოწევისთვის მადლობას გიხდით, რომელიც თქვენ ახლა აღნიშნეთ. მე ვფიქრობ, რომ საერთაშორისო საზოგადოება და დონორთა საზოგადოებაც აქ ითანამშრომლებს და რაღაცეებს ერთობლივად შევქმნით შესაძლებლობებს. ახლა მინდა თინათინ ჯაფარიძე დავპატიჟო, People in Need-ის პროექტის ხელმძღვანელი.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Слава нации, конец Российской Федерации. Okay. Before coming here, I was thinking what I should talk about because there are lots of things, lots of organizations doing different things, and like. Speaking about numbers, money, or something else looks a little bit ridiculous, honestly, from my side. Because, one thing is that I'm coming from the background of development aid worker, let's say, and in our field, even a couple of millions of euro seems quite useful to do different things. However, when we saw this year that what kind of needs are everywhere elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Georgia, in Moldova, and everywhere where Ukrainian population had to resettle temporarily, I understood that whatever we collect and whatever we spend, it's never enough, basically. And it can be never enough. For instance, when the war started, people in need collected in a very short time 68 million euros. That were used for the immediate needs in Eastern Partnership countries. But we also realized that this 68 million is just nothing. It's just one drop in the sea because the needs are enormous. So basically, briefly to say what we do here in Georgia, I'm working in the regional project which covers Eastern Partnership countries, and we will be mainly working with the civil society organizations and media organizations in Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. As for the Georgia, as we are now in Tbilisi, I will a little bit focus on Georgia's component. So we plan to work with civil society organizations and some media organizations who would work on Ukraine response. It won't be a typical humanitarian project, but it will be something like combined, let's say. So what we saw, like during this year, basically, it's almost been an year when the war started, we saw that, like, first of all, it's like people were confused. International organizations were quite confused also, including us, and we didn't know what would be the best way to respond to the situation. We also didn't have like idea from where and how to approach. Basically, then we thought that I think the best way to start something is to approach Ukrainian people who live in Georgia temporarily and to ask them, so like, what would be the best way you prefer us, Georgians, as a host country to support you? Also, the situation brought me, like, just I had a flashback as a Georgian from the times when people were working on internally displaced people's issues in the country, and there were lots of incidents and lots of narratives when the IDPs were marginalized also by fellow Georgians representing different organizations or governmental institutions. And like me and my colleagues were talking once, and like we mutually agreed that like we don't want this to happen in our organization, and we can't really work like this. So let's see, let's at some point follow the flow and let's see what will happen, because you can't force anyone to just stick on one idea when the situation is changing on a daily basis, and we don't actually know what will be the situation in a couple of months or in a week also. So basically, yeah, that's briefly what we do. And we have also a very small component of SOS Georgia, which is aimed to cover in a very small component just life-saving needs, which is accommodation, food, or something else. Yeah, we are open to discuss different ideas, different, propositions, and like we are here to support as much as we can, and hopefully our support will be much higher in the coming period.
Thank you, Tinatin. Thank you. Thank you. I will just have an honor and also opportunity to underline one common issue with all of us, all international NGOs, organizations who are tightly and actively involved in this response program. We are clearly understand that maybe our response not will be enough to cover each Ukrainian or all their needs, but definitely it will support, and at least we are sure that our support will be helpful and we will cover the most vulnerable groups. And we also should understand that without the active cooperation and participation of Ukrainians in Georgia themselves, like Ukrainian, I don't want to use refugee. I'm the person who are actually IDP from Abkhazia, so I know with my whole heart how these people feel, and we understand that. And I hope our common efforts, international donor society, government, population of Georgia and Ukrainians itself will achieve the main goal, peace, and maximum support what we can do in our land. Thank you very much. Thank you for your energy and time, and thank you organizers to be such active on that. Yes?
Maybe question?
And of course, we are more than open for any questions regards of the programs, actions, which will be or are covering by our organizations. Yes, Anya.
Я хотіла задати питання.
I would like to ask a question to the dear audience. My question is regarding governmental organizations or initiative groups. Do you understand that the interpreters give you? One moment. So I'll speak Ukrainian. First of all, I would like a question to dear speakers regarding those organizations that have been relocated to Georgia, or those that haven't been registered in Georgia, or they might not be planning to register, because we don't know how long we will be here in reality. And for example, personally from myself, I understand that I don't know if I'm going to register an organization here in Georgia, because I have an organization in Ukraine. But so far, I will address all my efforts to Ukrainians, and I hope together commonly with you. Do you have any programs that can finance or assist somehow to civil organizations that are registered in Ukraine, or is it absolutely necessary to register in Georgia? We understand that volunteer society it's exhausted here in Georgia. Many people were burnt out because the speed was very high, and in order to realize certain projects, realization requires certain finances, and in order to do it, we need finances and partnership. But many people from initiative groups, they do not have experience, and they don't have experience in managing NGOs, and they don't have organization experience. So the question is, will there be volunteers or Ukrainian NGOs or volunteers could cooperate with you?
If you don't mind, I will start with behalf of CARE Caucasus, because I think we are a little bit further with actions. With my colleagues, we did a certain assessment, so we had a lot of discussions about that, what will come after emergency phase of our cooperation and coordination. So one of the biggest components, actually, which Caucasus will start, it will be supporting CSO and NGO sectors representatives. It includes Ukrainian initiative groups, NGOs who are registered in Georgia or not registered in Georgia. And right now, in the middle of this month, we will announce the special call, and this call will be totally designed based on the efforts and needs of the CSO and NGO sectors who are directly work with the Ukrainian refugees in Georgia. Plus, we are thinking to conduct quite a series of trainings and information meetings. Actually, here is a colleagues which more and less have several components, and we can somehow coordinate that topic, which is actually crucially necessary for especially the initiative groups, which are absolutely motivated, and I understand their motto is to support this as much possible, but we should also understand the risks and protection component, which is important to be covered properly. And I hope these common efforts and the coordination between not only between the partners. Also, the quite a large scheme program of CARE Caucasus will partially at least cover the needs, what we actually found out yesterday during our meeting with the Ukrainian CSOs and NGO representatives in Georgia. I know the list of needs are huge. I know the problems are quite high. It's starting from the education, finalizing with the economical recovery topics, but I think we are on the right track, right way, and definitely the aspect that you just mentioned will be reflected and tackled with in the frame of our programs or programs of our colleagues, and which is very generally. So of course you are more than welcome. To you and to your colleagues and the Ukrainian activist groups who eager to take a participation in our calls. And we are here to support and guide and moderate if it's possible. Thank you.
From ASB side, I should mention that we are a humanitarian organization. So, and in the frame of our project, which we are implementing regarding to support the Ukrainian community, our major partner is a non-governmental organization registered in Georgia, but run by Ukrainian community representative, United Together for Ukraine. So all the projects which are implemented here. The main partners are that organization, but they started as an initiative group and are registered in Georgia.
Yeah, I'll take
თუ შეიძლება მეც დავამატებ, მე მგონი შეკითხვა იყო იმასთან მიმართებაში. ფაქტიურად ახსოვს გავცემ World Vision-ის კუთხით. ამ დროისთვის World Vision-ი ჰუმანიტარული რეაგირების ფაზაში იმყოფება და ჩვენ ვეხმარებით CARE-ს, რომ უფრო გავაფართოვოთ ეს მიმართულება და რომ დახმარება გაუწიოთ აქ უკვე ჩამოსულ NGO-ებს და სამოქალაქო ორგანიზაციებს. მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ უფრო მეტი ორგანიზაცია ჩაერთვება ამ პროცესებში და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ CARE აუცილებლად ითანამშრომლებს ისეთ ორგანიზაციებთან, როგორიც თქვენია. ჩვენ ამ დროისთვის ვეხმარებით მხოლოდ იმ მიმართულებით, არა პირდაპირი დახმარების თვალსაზრისით, არამედ ფაქტიურად აი ამ ნებაყოფლობით ორგანიზაციებს ვუწევთ დახმარებას გარკვეული აქტივობების კოორდინაციაში, მაგრამ მომავალში დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ისეთი ორგანიზაციები, როგორიც CARE და სხვები, დაგეხმარებიან გაძლიერდეთ, შეექმნება რაღაცა პლატფორმები ამ მიმართულებითაც. დიდი მადლობა ანა ამ შეკითხვის. ანუ People in Need ორგანიზაცია გააჩნია ორი ძირითადი კომპონენტი. ერთი გახლავთ სამოქალაქო საზოგადოების ორგანიზაციები დახმარება, რომლებიც რეგისტრირებული არიან უკრაინაში, მაგრამ ამჟამად საქართველოში გადმობარგება მოუწიათ, აგრეთვე საინიციატივო ჯგუფებს, რომლებიც არ არიან დარეგისტრირებულები. და იმ ორგანიზაციებსაც, რომლებიც ჩამოყალიბდა უკვე საქართველოში ჩამოსვლის შემდეგ. კიდევ ერთი კითხვა, რომელიც თქვენ ახსენეთ, ჩვენ გვაქვს ეს ინსტიტუციური განვითარების კომპონენტი, რაც ნიშნავს, რომ ხალხი და ორგანიზაციები, რომლებთანაც ჩვენ ვითანამშრომლებთ, მათ ჩაუტარებთ სხვადასხვა სახის ტრეინინგებს, პროექტის მართვაში, ფინანსური მართვის მიმართულებით და სხვა ასეთი უნარებზე ორიენტირებულ აქტივობებში, რაც განსაზღვრული იქნება თავად ორგანიზაციების ან ბენეფიციარების მიმართ. ჩვენი სტატუსი ამჟამად სად ვიმყოფებით? უმეტესი ორგანიზაციები უკვე შერჩეულია, თუმცა გვაქვს გარკვეული თანხები მორჩენილი, რომ დამატებითი დახმარებაც გავწიოთ და ჩვენ ეს იყო ფაქტიურად დახურული კონკურსი გამოცხადებული, მაგრამ თუ თქვენგან ვინმე დაინტერესებული ბრძანდებით, საიქ დაგიტოვებთ ჩემ ბიზნეს ბარათს და მონაცემებს და ძალიან მოხარული ვიქნები თუ დაგვიკავშირდებით და დამატებით განვიხილავთ ამ საკითხებს. დიდი მადლობა თინათინ, მე მგონი ეს კარგი შესაძლებლობაა, რა თქმა უნდა, ფინანსური დახმარება მნიშვნელოვანია, მაგრამ გამოცდილ ორგანიზაციებთან თანამშრომლობაც არანაკლებ მნიშვნელოვანია. თუ გაქვთ კიდე კითხვები, არ შეყოვდეთ. უკრაინულად თუ ინგლისურად? ინგლისურად გვირჩევნია. კითხვა მაქვს ახალგაზრდული ორგანიზაციების თვალსაზრისით, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან ბევრი უკრაინელი, რომლებიც კრეატიულები, ნიჭიერი ხალხია გახლავართ, უნდათ რაღაცის ორგანიზება, იდეების გაზიარება. მე გადავეყარე ისეთ გარემოებას, რომელიც მინდა გაგიზიაროთ და თქვენი გამოცდილება ამ მიმართულებით შევიტყო. როგორ უნდა დავძლიოთ ამგვარი მომენტები, რომ უკრაინელები განსაკუთრებით ჩემი ხნის მათ არ უნდათ რაღაცა ოფიციალურ თანამშრომლობაში შესვლა დიდ ორგანიზაციებთან, არ იციან როგორ უნდა დაუკავშირდეთ, როგორ რაენით უნდა ესაუბრამ, რა თქმა უნდა, ამას რაღაცა ძალის ხმევა ჭირდება, ძალიან ბევრი მომენტია გასათვალისწინებელი. მე ვიცი ზოგიერთი შემთხვევები, როდესაც უნდათ რაღაცის შექმნა, მაგრამ არ იცოდნენ თუ როგორ უნდა მიემართათ ასეთი ორგანიზაციებისთვის და ცოტა შიშის ფაქტორიც მოქმედებს. თუ არ ესე იგი იქნები წინააღმდეგი, მე მინდა გარკვეული კომენტარი გამოვაკეთო. მე დარწმუნებული ვარ. ჩვენ გაგვაჩნია გარკვეული გამოცდილება, დარწმუნებული რომ ყველა საერთაშორისო NGO-ებს და სხვა NGO სექტორის წარმომადგენლებსა. მე ვიცი რომ უკრაინელებს, საქართველოში მოხვედრილ უკრაინელებს ჭირდებათ უფრო დიდი მხარდაჭერა ვიდრე ჩვეულებრივად. არსებობს ეს სააგენტოთა შორისო საკოორდინაციო ჯგუფი, რომელიც ძალიან დიდ ძალისხმევას წევს ამ მიმართულებით და ამიტომ ქეა საქართველოც სანამ რაიმე შეიქმნებოდა სხვა შესაძლებლობა ატარებდა ძალიან ბევრ შეხვედრას, რომ გაეზიარებინა თავისი გამოცდილება. ღია ვართ, რომ კონსულტაციები გავწიოთ, ან რეკომენდაციები მოგცეთ, თუ როგორ უნდა მოერგოთ ქართულ რეალობას. ზოგჯერ ეს ჩვენთვისაც რთულია, იმიტომ რომ საკითხები არც ისე მარტივია და მე ვადგილობ, რომ საერთაშორისო საზოგადოება, ადგილობრივი კომპანიები და ორგანიზაციები ეცდებიან, რომ გაგიადვილონ ცხოვრება და აი ამ ლაბირინთში გზა გაგიკვლიოთ ბიუროკრატიის. მე მგონი არსებობს ესეთი მექანიზმები და შესაძლებელია თქვენზე მორგებაც. ჩვენ ზუსტად იმისთვის ვართ აქ, რომ თქვენ დაგეხმაროთ. ჩვენი გამოცდილებიდან და მინდა დავამატო, რომ ყველა ის პროექტი, რომლებიც უკრაინელებისთვის ავამოქმედეთ, ფაქტიურად თავად უკრაინელების დასაქმებას მოიაზრებს, მასწავლებლების თუ სხვა სპეციალებების. ჩვენ როდესაც გვაქვს შესაძლებლობა ბენეფიციარებთან შეხვედრას ვხვდებით, ერთი ესეთი გამოცდილება მაქვს, ერთ-ერთ ბენეფიციარს უნდა უკრაინული ცეკვების წრის გახსნა და ესე იგი ფაქტიურად ეს რო გაჟღერდა, მას შესაძლებლობა მიიღო უფასოდ რაღაცა სივრცე და ეს კურსი გახსნა. ჩვენ რა თქმა უნდა, შეგიძლიათ ჩვენც მოგვართოთ იმეილის მეშვეობით კონტაქტები ხელმისაწვდომია ონლაინ რეჟიმში. წარმოგვიდგინეთ თქვენი თავი, გვითხრით რისი შესაძლებლობები და ინტერესი გაქვთ, რისი გაკეთება შეგიძლიათ და ჩვენ აუცილებლად მხარდაჭერას გაგიწევთ. კიდევ ხალხს გავუსვამ, რომ საქართველოში ბევრია სოციალური პლატფორმა, საკმაოდ აქტიური და ესეც ის ინსტრუმენტია, რომელიც ინფორმაციის გავრცელების მიმართულებით შეიძლება იქნას გამოყენებული. საქართველოს საზოგადოებებიც ძალიან აქტიურად არიან ჩართულები ამ საქმიანობაში და საინფორმაციო წყაროებსაც ქმნიან. გარკვეული გამოცდილებაც არსებობს. დავამატებდი კიდევ, რომ ჩვენთვის მნიშვნელობა UNH-ში არის თვალსაზრისით ახალგაზრდებთან თანამშრომლობა არის. ჩვენ შეგვიძლია მხარი დაუჭიროთ ახალგაზრდულ NGO-ებს საქართველოში, რომ ახალგაზრდების საჭიროებები და ინტერესები უკეთესად იყოს დაცული და ისეთი ესე იგი ორგანიზაციები, რომლებშიც ადგილნაცვალი პირები და მათ შორის უკრაინელი ტორვილები არიან წარმოდგენილი, როდესაც პროექტებს ვეხებით, აქ არც ისეთი მძიმეა მათი ჩართობა, მაგრამ გამოცდილ NGO-ებსაც გააჩნიათ გარკვეული პროექტები, რომელსაც შეგიძლიათ მიმართოთ, თუმცა შეგვიძლია ორ მხრივად ესე შეხვდეთ და გავისაუბროთ და რეკომენდაციებსაც მოგცემთ, თუ როგორ შეგიძლიათ მათთან თანამშრომლობის აწყობა. თუ
на жаль, одна я використаю цей час. І не подумайте, це не через те, що мені шкода обіду.
That I am sorry for lunch. Now we will go for lunch. I have a question and a comment that Ukrainians in Georgia would be able to integrate and not only obtain support that is provided by international organizations that me personally and all Ukrainians are grateful, that because sometimes it is so important that people can lose life simply because they don't get a few hundreds lari because she needs to feed children and she's disappointed and doesn't know how to survive. And when you provide this support, maybe for somebody it looks very small, but in reality it gives a chance to Ukrainians to stand on their feet. I'm very sorry. And to start living as a new. I passed this way myself when I lost everything in the first days, in the first hours of war, when I had to take my children and to live somewhere away from bombs. I didn't know what to do. I was a volunteer. I didn't know how to make money because my business was connected with tourism, and of course, first was quarantine, lockdown, and I needed to earn money to buy fuel for my car, to provide food for my children, and so on. So we had a long trip around Europe, and we arrived finally to Georgia. And if not support that was provided by international organizations, if not support from my personal friends, perhaps I would go somewhere to a shop. But many of my friends told me that you have lots of possibilities, lots of capabilities to help, to assist more people. So they helped me financially to stand on my feet. So now we have this forum, and not me being a shop assistant in Zara selling some dresses. So I have a question to you regarding support of Ukrainians to starting business here in Ukraine. in Georgia. I really want Ukrainian people not to be standing here like extending hand. We are very intelligent and we are hardworking people, and there are moments when we disappointed and we need some kind of support at this very moment. Because in Poland, I know that there are people, they're managers, they're directors, but they're doing housework services. So my question is there a chance, will there be a chance, some programs to work out such programs that Ukrainian people would be able to start businesses? Maybe it will be possible to start businesses here. Maybe it will be possible some help regarding taxes, and I apologize for my emotions.
Yes, again, on behalf of Caucasus, CARE Caucasus will tell you that another biggest component of our support scheme is to support business employment and self-employment component, which will be starting right now from January next year. And we understand that in the long-term perspective of especially for support the long-life sustainable components for the Ukrainian refugees, it's important to be sustainable and sustainable income is important for the families, especially as we understand and we know that the majority of Ukrainians in Georgia is mothers with the kids. As we know, the situation is quite heavy for them, and surely but slowly we also proposing these opportunities for the Ukrainians to start with educational component, with our support of Georgian law and adoption of special education modules in the business training, and after support with the grant scheme to start up their businesses or support the employment component. This is very general, of course, what CARE Caucasus is planning to do, not alone, but also with help of other colleagues. And I hope our special registration form, which is available now on internet, will have a recent quite active response from the Ukrainians, and we can reflect on it in a proper manner. I would give you the floor. Parvina also wants to add something. Regarding that, I guess. Thank you.
Still not a question, a comment. Я дуже перепрошую за те, що я взяла вашу чергу. Ми зараз працюємо з мікрофінансовими організаціями тут для того, щоб випрацювати довготривалі перспективи для українських біженців в Грузії. І наразі у нас є декілька з них, які вже розробили програми стосовно цього. І декілька програм вже були опрацьовані. І як тільки це буде закінчено, ми зробимо це кристал, мікрофінансова організація і IFC, які близько співпрацюють з нами для того, щоб зробити такі проекти. Як тільки це буде зроблено, ми дозволимо українській спільноті знати про цю опцію. Наразі ми працюємо над цим.
To make sure that you understand what I'm going to say in a right way. Basically the questions you are asking is more related to the situation when we have a prolonged crisis. So most of organizations you see here are still dealing with after-conflict, post-conflict activities. So it's mostly emergency response projects. So we we do hope that we won't, well, the situation would enable, well, us not to go further in the development and this protracted situation. So, but in case we are facing that, you're going to have, and you're going to see more organizations taking what Caucasus and UNHCR is talking about, like further steps to work with initiatives and basically responding to your questions. So taking it further, working with youth, working with local CSOs and capacitating them. So, but we hope that we won't be required to go that far, that they were going to end soon, but if not, you will see more. So, but there are a lot of questions which make sense if you discuss bilaterally either of any NGOs and UN agencies. So you're going to get more information. So, and thank you for those questions.
Thank you, Eka. We have a question.
I would like to greet you. I here represent municipality of Gori, Zaza Mezurishvili, and I would like to tell you that here I am invited by Anna, who is my friend. We've been friends for a long time. Our cities are friendly cities. Here is also Olga Zhakunets, another friend of mine, and there's Melitopol, another city which is also a partner city to us. So we decided that these partner cities will unite around this common problem, and that method worked very well. Our representative Evropa Dona from TICAI, she learned from Melitopol about our activities in Georgia while being in Ukraine. So it played a big role. We have other sister or partner cities in Latvia, Litva, in Poland, and from Poland, when there was a need in Melitopol to provide insulin for children with diabetes, you know, that all the ways were closed and there's no humanitarian aid and entering into Melitopol. So through certain illegal ways, Ukrainians have been able, with our support, to supply these kids. And other, Agnieszka, with a cancer patient, she managed to organize that through her friends. Exactly through which routes we don't know, but that's already have be announced. Tika, she came across with us. She is the representative of the organization that, together with us, with all these medicines needed for chemotherapy, have managed to send this to the city of Lutsk, where Rada deputy helped us. I also want to appeal to our friends to unite furthermore. This should not be stayed. Our partnership between these cities should not stay only on the paper. They were quite ironic about this topic when I was a deputy. I was this initiative was up to provided by me. So you see the results of that initiative. Anna is a very energetic person. I am convinced that she will keep on cooperation with us. Hence, I would like to ask you if it is possible to get into this together. Our organization is not even registered. That's an initiative group. We started several people, and there was such a feedback from the people, common people, that we also provided the municipality with certain humanitarian assistance. We want to continue this work. We already have 20 tons of citruses in Betwincities, but the problem is transporting that. So if you have any information how to supply that through a humanitarian aid to Ukrainians, would be more grateful. It's not a big deal, but I think vitamins would not harm Ukrainians. Anything else? Something else I wanted to tell you. The support in Tbilisi is bigger, but it's more problematic in regions. I host family, mother and her daughter. She's 15 years old, and she wants to. She's a painter, and she wants to sell them to help the Ukrainian soldiers. I've shared it on Facebook, but the feedback was not quite big. So if we can help people like this, I can supply you with the contact, and if you will help us in that, and especially the younger generation to participate in supporting its own country. Thank you very much that you are so active. Thank you very much that you have for your friendship, and that's the result of such friendship is.
Bianya have some comments on that, or we can continue our panels.
I have a question, but first of all, I want to thank you, to you all who is present here at this forum in advance, and now it will be lunch. Please don't worry, I won't ask more questions. Now we're going to have lunch, and it's in the same place where we have lunch break. We have two locations. One is near photo locations. One, it is very specific, and the idea is very deep. One location is with the map of Ukraine, that is with the Georgian flag background. This is for Ukrainians who are now in Georgia. You can show where your home is in Ukraine. So you can show where you are located here, where your home is in Ukraine. If you are here, Georgians, and if you believe that you have home in Ukraine, you can also point home there. There are hearts there, red and white and blue. It is not also very simple. The idea is that we should work on our mistakes. I call you all, and it is very important for all of us to read it and for us to work on this information, because as it shows, perhaps we haven't done enough on worked enough on our mistakes that happened in Georgia twice during the last 100 years, and now we have war in Ukraine, and now we both as civil society, we have to work out specific issues, moments, maybe mistakes, what we've done wrong, or what should be done, what more should be done in order to avoid such mistakes. I kindly ask you all, there will be lunch break, maybe you think about it during the lunch break, and then you express your idea during this. Maybe you somebody read your idea and will make a around the world project. I'm judging from my point of view that one phrase can change my life. So I kindly ask you to be active, and I invite everybody to lunch, and I thank to everybody, Georgians and to all other nationalities who support Ukraine in this hard time. So see you in the next panel.
Что через час тогда
У нас в 2, да?
Да, в 2.
მეგობრებო, ზუსტად 1 საათში, 2 საათზე გვექნება შემდეგი დისკუსია. აქედან გამომდინარე გთხოვთ
Next discussion will be exactly in 1 hour at 2 o'clock. So please pay attention to that.
З вас підійду і ми все зробимо, не переживайте. Так, пішли журналісти.
Members, therefore, and also others will join us here. I just told her, yeah, she's my friend, she invited me. Yeah, she told me that you're going to like this and that I love the discussion panel and this workshop, and she's so cool, she's so active. And actually, yeah, I'm looking for people for and I want to introduce my girls, but they left. They're outside. Okay. So I will like introduce them together. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, my girl. Спасибо.
О, Іра, дякую, добрий день. Боже, мені треба терміново Ларісі перекласти текст, бо вона мене зараз просто...
გითხოვთ დავიკავოთ ადგილები და ერთ წუთში გავაგრძელებთ.
Seats, and we will continue in 1 minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to greet you. And I'm sure that after, a short break and after lunch, we have more energy because our today's forum discussion is continuing, and we will have very interesting talks, and not only talks, we will have also activities, which I will tell you later about on. And now I would like to present, the topic of our further discussions, how civil society of Ukraine and Georgia are supporting restoration of freedom and peace. It's a very significant issue. It will be very interesting to listen to the ideas of our presenters. And I would like to present moderator of the given discussion, Larisa Polska, who is Kherson's public fund chairman. And I am happy that Larissa is here today with us, but she had to walk a very difficult way. You know that Kherson is one of the hot spots in Ukraine where the Russian aggression was very active and non-stop, yes. So it was damaging this place a lot. I would like to greet you and wish you successful discussion.
Ukraine and Georgia, we greet you. We're representatives of civil society. This forum goes at the same time as a forum in Kiev. Here in the audience, we have leaders of civil organizations, volunteers, representatives of donor organizations, representatives of government, as well as people with active social attitude, Georgians and Ukrainians, and this is not by chance. We have we have mentioned that Ukraine and Georgia, during many centuries, side by side, fighting for freedom, for their self-identity. Georgia has provided and is providing and will be providing a great humanitarian aid to Ukraine. And not only sons of Georgia, they are fighting in Ukraine. The sons of Georgia, they are dying in Ukraine. And I would like to invite everybody present here to the memory of those sons who died in Ukraine. Thank you. On this panel discussion, we are going to continue to find out and to talk about, ask questions about what Georgian society, how they can cooperate, Georgian and Ukrainian, how they can cooperate, what are the achievements, and what could be the problems, the issues that we can commonly, Georgians and Ukrainians, to identify and to solve. And today in our panel discussion, we have very interesting speakers. First of all, it is Pervina Munavarova, who is a representative of United Nations in Georgia. Today, she has talked to us. Also, Ms. Solomon Borzhenishvili, Ina Gerar, director of GLOW Georgia, Katarina Kozak, head of Ukrainian Youth Organization in Georgia, Svitanok, and Lenora Malgazieva, Maidan Batumi, representative and leader of the Maidan Batumi initiative. And today we'll add our Victoria Marchenko. She is a representative of USA. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Larisa Polska, chairman of board of Kherson Community Foundation Zahist. I'm from Kherson. And I am the leader of this foundation for already 20 years. From the first days of the war, the fund has opened a program together with Save Kherson, because our foundation always answers the challenges of the community, and the biggest challenge and threat what they became for us, the current war. Kherson area, Kherson region, the first one who witnessed the boot of invasion and the victims, and Foundation Zahist, we started working on the occupied territory. We have chosen such category of Kherson people as children, because, well, you know that people have lost their work, their jobs. That means they lost their earnings, their income. Those people who have children, during all these months, they couldn't leave Kherson region due to financial issues, inabilities, due to the family had many children, where to go, how to feed the children, losing a job and earnings. A problem arose of those children that they didn't have food. There were no medicines, they had no clothes. And that's why we have chosen the option of choosing children. 55 days I've been working from the occupied territory, and 55 days I didn't leave my home, not because I was afraid of Russian soldiers, but because lots of things were connected to me. Even all bank keys were on me, and staying at home, I was providing financial help to families with children, especially to those children, families with many children, with disabled children, and with infants. And when there was a threat to my personal safety, there was military vehicle in front of my home, and I was warned that they were searching for me. I left my city, and it was a scary way. In peaceful days, it was possible it needed 6 days to get to Lviv. So instead of 6 hours, it took me 33 hours and 10 block posts from the occupants, and with the threats, if we don't return back to Kherson, they will shoot into the tires, or by a military vehicle, they will push our car off the road, they will push it. Although we found a solution, we stayed overnight in the nearest village and waited until it rained, and the orcs, they couldn't go to their block post. We were the last ones who were going by that road. I'm in Tbilisi. I'm 7 months in Tbilisi. You know, I sincerely fell in love with Georgia. It's my first time in Georgia. I thought that I would come to Tbilisi as an excursion, but it was a forced visit. But Georgia is a great country. All Georgian people are open, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for making me feel safe here. And here I continue my work. All bank keys are with me, and financial director of the fund is here, Anya. And here, from here, we sent financial aid, 2,200 hryvnias, both on occupied territories of Kherson region and the occupied territories of the region. And we have good result today. We managed to obtain more than 3 million hryvnias, and we have helped 1,300 families of Ukraine, and we don't stop, and we thank everybody who supports us in this work. Everything is going to be all right. Ukraine will win. Glory to Ukraine. And the first word, well, you know, it is interesting that Ms. Parvina has already said about the statistics, what they have regarding Ukrainians in Georgia. But now it is going to be in more details. So I give the microphone to Parvina Munavarova, representative of United Nations in Georgia.
Those staying. In the very beginning, I've mentioned how many Ukrainians found refuge in Georgia. And let me repeat once again, out of 166,000 of Ukrainians that fled to Georgia since 24th February, 25,000 are currently in Georgia. And what we observe is that 45% of the total arrivals from Ukraine are coming from the eastern Ukraine. So basically they are coming via Russian Federation. What we observe, people are arriving in Georgia are highly traumatized. They are in need of emergency assistance. They are in need of mental health and psychosocial support. We are talking about extremely vulnerable families, the families that we are currently assisting with all the actors that were present today during the second session. We are talking about basically single-headed households. It's mothers with minor children. We are talking about elderly people being part of the families. We are talking about people with acute medical needs or people with disabilities. So the total number of these refugees, as I've said, are extremely vulnerable and would require our support and assistance. Out of the 25,000 Ukrainians currently in Georgia, we are talking about around more than 6,000 children. And out of that number, there are over 5,000 of children who are of school age. And currently more than 2,000 Ukrainian children study here in Georgia in the Ukrainian sectors. As you know, there are 2 Ukrainian sectors in Tbilisi, also in Batumi, and then Ukrainian children are also going to the Georgian schools, and the Ministry of Education is there to support with the needs that the children are facing. So we are also helping those children with support of other organizations where we provide winterization support, where we provide counseling, where we provide child protection activity as to therapy, music therapy, art therapy, etc. So out of those Ukrainian refugees in Georgia, we can say that it's almost 50% are female refugees, while males are also representing 51% as such. So we are talking about the families arriving from eastern Ukraine. We also observed that there are several reasons why Ukrainian refugees choose Georgia to arrive. Because initially CARE Caucasus mentioned that from the very beginning we were trying to understand the scope of refugees in Georgia and how they would arrive in Georgia, what would be the routes. And then thereafter, as I said, more than 45% arrived transiting Russian Federation, basically in Georgia. And when we speak, I've mentioned the reasons why basically people choose to come to Georgia, and one of that would be the mixed families. There are families whose spouses are Georgian nationals, or IDPs from Abkhazia who left Georgia basically to Ukraine. So we're talking about mixed marriages that are arriving. We're talking about families who have been in Georgia prior to that, and they already know the culture, they already know the mentality. It's much closer to them to be here in Georgia. And then the other category would be those who were here before, so they felt that it would be easier for them to integrate in Georgia, and that's how those refugees choose to come to Georgia. So basically, when it comes to the assistance-related issues, we have conducted various surveys and researches just to understand better the needs. The first needs assessment was from CARE Caucasus. That helped us really a lot to understand the immediate needs and to inform better response. There was also a very good survey from ASB that also confirmed our initial findings that the population coming from Ukraine is quite vulnerable and really need immediate support and assistance. For example, the ASB report was referring to 8% of Ukrainian children who have faced violence or abuse on their move, basically. And that's also confirmed that the mental and psychosocial support is vital in this kind of environment. We recently, as UNHCR, in close partnership with World Vision, conducted immediate and midterms needs assessment that has intentions component, and I briefly mentioned that in the very beginning, where the vast majority of Ukrainian refugees in Georgia confirmed that they're planning to stay in Georgia until the school, at least for the next 6 months, till the school year ends basically in June. And it gives us a perception that we have to think about the long-term solutions for the Ukrainian refugees in Georgia, because the immediate phase is more or less covered by all the actors to whom we really are grateful for all the support provided thus far. And now it's time for us to think about the integration prospects and how to help Ukrainians to better integrate in Georgia, at least for those Ukrainians who will be choosing to stay in Georgia in a long term. So when it comes to that survey, if you are interested, we can share the results that would give you a better understanding on the trends on the needs, on the profiles, and those agencies who are present here, that would also give them better understanding if you are planning to have any support programs towards Ukrainian refugees. It's basically a very good basis to think which angles you can basically think to provide support. Additional upcoming survey that was not necessarily in place so far will be conducted by CARE Caucasus, and it will be mainly on gender-based violence aspects and angles. As I've said, the ASB report gives us an understanding that many faced violence while fleeing Ukraine, and not only children. We're also talking about women. So that component is also very important for us to understand how we can support in this regard. When it comes to the other type of assistance, I've mentioned in the very beginning that we as UNHCR, from our partners, legal partner and social protection partner, extended all the services available to recognized refugees in Georgia to Ukrainian refugees as well, and basically those who would be in need of any type of support, starting from the counseling to referral, starting from accessing the services, in case facing any obstacles, can approach our partners and they will be assisted. So this forum, again, gives us a very good opportunity when we are coming together, discussing the needs and discussing the prospects for 2023 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Organizers have my email. Yes, we're interested in all the surveys.
Дякуємо. Ви знаєте, під час війни чи не
During the war, if not the hardest question, it is about the human rights. So the next, our speaker is regarding...
for giving me opportunity to talk about our support to the Ukrainian peoples. I will tell you briefly about our organizations. We are a Georgian-based organization working on the women and children rights, and from the very beginning of the war in Ukraine, we start partnership with CARE Caucasus, and our organization responds on the legal part for the Ukrainian people. And I would like to ask to help with the slides, because I want to outline the importance of the legal part for the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much. And I will take this. So, first of all, I want to talk about the needs the Ukrainian people are faced. And today we discussed about the lot of different needs the Ukrainian people are facing during being in Georgia and crossing the borders. And the first and important moment is that most of the individuals who have arrived in Georgia and crossed the border, they crossed this border with internal documentation, and they had really need of obtaining an international passport, or they had the need of preparation documentations that they give opportunities to access the different services existed in Georgia. And also another big problem was for the people who have not international passports, that they had lack of access to the services that we have in the Georgia, including the people who are temporarily employed in Georgia or cannot receive the salary, or they needed to register their business in Georgia, and so on. And another important thing is also that they had a need of legal support with documentation, and we know that a lot of women who were pregnant, they born the children here. So the CARE Caucasus has I don't know, dozens of the women who became mother in Georgia, and they needed help with the registration, their birth certificates, and also they needed the help with the documentation documentation for giving access to the schools and kindergartens and all these things. So with CARE Caucasus, our organization start working on the issues, on the legal part, and what we provide them, it's the main points that on what we work. In general, during our framework of our program, our organization with CARE Caucasus provides the legal consultation and service, and everyone knows that their needs changes every day. And during our work, we also realize that only legal consultation is not enough for the people arriving and staying, especially who is staying in Georgia. So we decided to continue our work on the litigation level also, and now our organization also provides the legal aid to the Ukrainian people facing different needs. It's family law or business registration or different field. What they have, and also what is very important, which today we mentioned that we have a lot of online platforms where we can share the information for the Ukrainian people, and this platform is very well used by us also, because we created and prepared different informational leaflets and shared this to Ukrainian people in order to get more detailed information about the services or any kind of support that civil society provides to the Ukrainian people. And also, we created mapping of the different services existing in Georgia. I want to add in that language barrier is a problematic issues for the Ukrainian people. So that's why they really have need to help not only on the legal level, but also on the technical level. So our organization responds on it also, and we are trying to help the Ukrainian people who want to translate some documentation or just register their children in the schools or the kindergartens, and either they want to prepare their documentation for the further plans that they have. So we have also additional role on intermediator between the embassy and the embassy of Ukrainian and on the exchange level, and also we are intermediate between the governmental and Ukrainian people on the informational level too, because we know that there is different laws, regulation, different services and programs, and there is no possibility to have all this documentation and laws in Russian or in Ukrainian. So our main role is to give them this information. How is it real? Because on the online platforms there is a lot of moments when the people get not incorrect information about the existing program or procedures. So it's important to help them and support with the legal issues. So we are working on it. And also I want to mention that we cover almost all region of Georgia where the Ukrainian people are settled. And also, I want to tell you about the most issues on what we work, on the legal level. It's the documentation and passport problems. Who wants obtain the new international passports or residence and citizenship in Georgia? We mentioned that some of the people have the Georgian husbands, or they are married here, so it's also the ground for on the legal level that they can obtain the resident permit, but it is not only the only ground for them. They can also obtain the residency on the grounds of children's like study or reunion families and labor residency. So they have a different and not to like a lot of opportunities to like for the long-term planning. So on the international protection issues, we already talked a lot, and I will not lose your time on it, but it is also a very important thing because they need to understand that what the international protection gives the people who want to stay in Georgia, and also the business registration is very actual today because the people who are staying here, they really need some income and like any help with it is very important for them. Also the education, social health problems and family law. We have some cases connected to the family law, so it was one and the main reason why we decided to continue also work on the Ukrainian people cases on the litigation level too. So it is the main topics on what we work, but once again I want to mention that as we have a lot of Ukrainian people who have unfortunately no like really vision of the future, and they are trying to get what is their short-term and long-term plan. We are ready to support them with it, and also I want to end with hope and will that this war finish soon, and we will all celebrate this great victory of Ukrainian people together also. Thank you very much.
And please send all the presentations also, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Пані Соломео, у мене питання. Ви
Ms. Salome, I have one question. You have a very important issue to solve that Ukrainians are facing here in Georgia. Can you please tell me how this information is spread? Where is it possible to see online resources? Where it is possible to see a list of consultations which are possible to obtain from your organization, because we Ukrainians, we can spread this information even on the platform Ukrainians in Georgia, where people daily put very painful questions which you just mentioned.
So, as I mentioned, I already told you that we are in partnership with CARE Caucasus. So, this informational leaflet are spread on their web page of CARE Caucasus, also on the online platforms, including the Facebook pages or what is, for example, Dopomoga Ukraini. Also exists a hotline for the consultation, and from the different partner organizations. We are not only who works on this field, but we have the different partners, and CARE Caucasus refers are the different beneficiaries by request. Some of the people, they find themselves our contact information, but we will share you necessarily this information and also the list of these online platforms where you can find this information. And I want to add also that periodically we prepare this informational leaflets about ongoing programs that government has also. So soon we are going to prepare the one more informational leaflet on the services and programs that exist for the Ukrainian people, and it will help to make easier to access all the services that exist for them. So we will share you this information. So thank you.
Дякуємо, це дуже важливо.
Thank you very much. It is very important.
Ina Gerard.
Ina Gerard is our next speaker, director of GLOW Georgia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ina Girard, and I represent today, I'm here on behalf of local non-governmental organization, GLOW Georgia, which stands for Girls Leading Our World. Our local organization was established almost 10 years ago with support of American Peace Corps and very active cooperation with American Peace Corps volunteers. Program itself, GLOW program, started many years ago, but there was some kind of need to establish organization and to give a little bit more possibilities of local people to be engaged in this initiative. I will speak a little bit more about our organization, and after we'll switch about the joint programs that we are now running in our organization. This is the program for Georgian and Ukrainian girls. Joint program, which started this year in summer, and it continues. So our organization, as I mentioned, I need to switch it. So our organization, as I mentioned, was established 2014. We have quite big portfolio of actions. Mainly, we are devoted to empower local girls, mainly from underserved communities of Georgia. 30% of our participants are ethnic minorities. Most of the girls are from poor regions of Georgia, from rural areas, and as we have fully organizational structure is fully based on volunteer service, and it is governed by the board of organization, which is presented by designated and very devoted ladies, Georgian ladies. Vision of the organization is for girls to become more informed and empowered leaders in the communities. So we are absolutely dedicated to give more and more information to girls, to make them empowered, to make them active in their communities, to spread information what they are getting in our organizations, and to serve their country and their community. We have yearly program, which I will show you in this slide, which starts every year in this summertime. This is a week-long camp. After the camp, when we are attracting girls from age of 14 to 16, and after 1 week active workshops, training sessions, they go to their communities and they're becoming ambassadors of the communities, definitely. Actually, the sessions, during the sessions, during our camp, we are focused on the civic responsibility, volunteerism, volunteer service, physical and mental health, and reproductive and sexual health and rights, human rights, gender and inclusion, gender-based violence, diversity issues. Every year we are engaging approximately 100 girls during our camp, so we are conducting two weekly camps. This year we had third camp, which was joint camp, and we engaged girls from Georgian communities and from Ukrainian communities, definitely. As I mentioned, after camp ends, we starting the second phase of our program, which is Take Glow Home, where girls going to their communities, they have possibility to get engaged in the local programs and projects. They're conducting at least 20 or 30 programs in their communities, which is quite big number. We can agree, and after we are selecting most active girls from these communities for Ambassadors Conference. And after Ambassadors Conference, where they have possibility to get a little bit more knowledge about the career development, project development, and this kind of stuff, they go to their community back and they have possibility to implement small grant programs and establish glow clubs. Currently, we have 30 clubs all over Georgia, so this is our achievement for last year. Speaking about this year program, I was very much delighted and happy to conduct several sessions for our girls on reproductive health and sexual health and rights, and I saw how much engaged all girls from Georgia communities and Ukrainian girls were during our camp. And these brilliant minds and these brilliant girls, there was no actually difference. I was not sure with whom I was talking, because this is the age that we are all the same and we unite around very important issues like gender and diversity and reproductive health issues and tolerance, peace and security and all these issues. So also what I want to mention, how much Georgian girls were happy to host our Ukrainian girls during the camp. From 50 girls, we had 18 from Ukrainian girls, and after finishing the camp, girls actively continue communication between each other, and they already conducted several projects, joint projects. So that's very much good, and yeah, it means that our cooperation will continue, because this is, as I mentioned, only first phase of our annual program. After sometimes we invite Ukrainian girls together with Georgian girls in our ambassadors conference, which is planned for February or March, and also our participants will have some possibilities to participate in Erasmus Plus project, which we started in December, several days ago, basically, and there will be exchange. This is actually exchange program between local and Czech girls in the Czech Republic, and I'm pretty sure that Ukrainian girls will have this possibility also to participate in this program. There are several, I'm showing the pictures from our camp from this summer. Yeah, we had also women's panel with participation of Salome and other very popular and interesting women who are our role models in Georgia, actually. Yes, so. And now you can see and it makes me a little bit emotional. You can see the quote from one of the message that Ukrainian and Georgian girls are sharing after finishing the camp on these sticky notes. And one of the Ukrainian girls wrote that you brought a light of hope in my life. So this is exchange between their secret friends during the camp and after the camp as well. So I guess these words are saying all. I would just add that when I was the same age, and definitely I was living in Georgia, that was actually the time when war in Abkhazia started, which affected all of us, not only those who are IDPs, but all of us living in Georgia. And now I'm thinking I could so much appreciate if that time I had possibility to speak openly and freely with my peers. I did not have this possibility, but now girls have this possibility, and I'm very much happy that our organization is a part of this. I forgot to mention our sponsors, because donors, because without them, I believe we cannot move forward. Mainly, we are supported by the Embassy of the United States, also Embassy of Canada, USAID, so Obama Foundation. Specifically, this is their modality of funding, Let's Girl Learn. So yes, I really appreciate their support, and hopefully when there is a weapon against us, we have better weapon. This is education of girls. So thank you so much. I'm very honored.
Дякую, дякуємо вам. Дуже цікава робота. І
Дякую.
будь ласка.
We wish you success in future.
Які я задавала питання.
Miss Katerina, from her place, she was asking questions, how to do better, who will teach us, who will train us. But in reality, she was speaking on behalf of those young activists who are only starting their work here in Georgia, but she herself is a leader of Ukrainian youth organization that is called Svitanok, that is well known here in Georgia. Your word now. Thank you very much for such introduction. Yes, of course, it is very pleasant to be a participant of this forum. I will ask to while we are switching on the presentation, I want to talk what kind of organization I represent. Our organization is called Svitanok. In reality, it acts during several, it's been working for several years in Georgia, and our organization unites Ukrainians and Georgians in direct meaning. We not only have representatives of Ukrainian youth who relocated to Georgia, but we also unite people who are united by these two countries, who they are from those families who were from international Ukrainian Georgian families. So they have such background. This is most valuable people, because cooperation of Ukraine and Georgia, they directly concern themselves because they have both Ukrainian and Georgian blood. And being several years in Georgia, the question of Georgia and communication of Ukrainians in Georgia is my personal, and it's extremely important topic for me. And that's why this way I unexpectedly, wonderful way, I became a civil activist. And now I'm happy to lead a Ukrainian youth organization in Georgia that is called Svitanok. And the main direction of us is uniting Ukrainians in Georgia, helping, supporting Ukrainians, mainly youth, but we do not limit only by that, because being a Ukrainian in Georgia, I understand what path people are going on, and I understand that in a peaceful time, adaptation in a different country is not easy, and during the wartime, this task is extremely hard. So the main aspect of our activity is adaptation of Ukrainians to Georgian society. But as we are youth, young people, to more extent we are that part of young people. So in 2013, 2014, they went to the streets, to Maidans, So advocating Ukraine, spreading Ukrainian question, so it started a long time before I relocated to Georgia, and namely, it is extremely important for us here in Georgia to be the voice of Ukrainian youth and to spread what was in agenda in Ukraine. So specifically, we became the initiators or co-organizers of a number of civil initiatives and many public actions and meetings which were held in Georgia in order to spread and move to the agenda the question that is very important in Ukraine. So we try to react as fast as possible. Of course, it wouldn't be possible without a very cool team of Ukrainian activists who are present currently here. And they are people who are burning with this idea and that trying new methods how to speak about Ukraine, how to raise important topics here in Georgia. And today I want to tell you about several cases that we have done. So the first thing that we started here, let's say that it was celebrating the Victory Day. That was as a consequence of Svitanek is part of a world community of Ukrainians. So we wanted to show that there is no victory of Russia. So in reality, it is a shame of Russia. So there is no victory day for shameful people. Ukraine joined this action that was going on in various countries, about 60 countries around the world. And we have held such a meeting. We came to the building of Parliament for our organization. It was the first action. We involved Ukrainians to show Georgians and to say from Georgia that we understand the Victory Day for Russia, that for Russia it cannot be a reason for pride. The second moment was when we understood that the war lasted for 5 months, and we understood that Ukrainians must take the first voice to show the important questions about Ukraine. Lots of events that were in February, they were very emotional, and they were supported by Georgian activists. And at that moment, we physically, both physically and psychologically, we couldn't organize such events because we were shocked and disorganized. So for us, morally, it was extremely hard. But when we overcome this, we understood that we must lead it. So we organized the event, 5 months of Russian terror in Ukraine, and it was aimed to show that the war lasts already such a long period, and we were not sure that we were speaking about such numbers. The digits were really horrible. The digits at that time were those which were published in media, that number of people who were killed by that time, who are in the sky after they became victims of Russian war in Ukraine. So in order to show this number, we found the same number of pairs of children's shoes. We put them in front of the parliament to show how many children have died in Ukraine. It was very touching, because children who were born during the war already, they were dying. So newly born children born during the war, they died already during this war.
we wanted to show that we cannot stop. We wanted to show that we had to move ahead to our common victory. This is a brief video from this action, from this event. Can we switch on the video, please? I'm very sorry. We cannot hear you. The question is how many organizations Svitanok exist in the world. So we have to ask this question from Justice House. So they say how many organizations exist there. Maybe there are other organizations. We are registered in Tbilisi. Where are you located exactly? Can you introduce yourself, please? I am. Yeah. I'm one of those people who created the first organization of the collapse of Soviet Union, and it exists here, and we have a cultural and educational center. What you are showing, it is single actions. And what you are doing, I haven't heard how youth are gathering. There should be a certain event, so your organization should be done. I've heard that you were somewhere near parliament or embassy. That's all your job. You don't introduce yourself, please. My name is Mikhailo Boris. I'm the head of... Do you introduce the press, Svitanok? I'm the chairman of Association Ukrainians who live in Georgia. I'm also the chairman of Coordination Council of Georgia. And I represent World Congress of Georgia, of Ukrainians in Georgia, and I'm a member of Presidium of Ukrainians in the world. Mikhailo Ratishny, that is heading it. So specifically, I want to know when your organization was founded. What in general do you think? Your program is not shown everywhere. I think it is a very interesting question. Now we are limited in time. You will be able to speak directly when we have a coffee break or after the conference. That would be very good. Yes, I can briefly answer you, but if you want details, we can speak later. Yeah, my question was how many organizations Svitanok exist? Will you let me please answer your question? I represent one organization that was established in 2017, and the founder, Teona Kakiani, she was the founder. And now, 1 year, I'm the head of this organization. What other organizations Svitanok are registered? Because obviously I'm not a member of those organizations. Information, what kind of activities we hold. We have official pages in social media, and we have actions. We also make announcements online about our events online, and if when possible offline. You will exchange contacts and speak in details. Everything is gonna be all right. I'm really, really sorry. I want to offer you one thing. We have a cultural and educational center. We can offer you a hall for 100 seats. It's very great. And nobody came to us. So I'm present in Facebook. Please come to us, and it will be great to cooperate. So cooperation is being born right here in forum. That is the reason why this forum we held. So after this, our presentation. So you invited me. You invited me. You are not a lonely one. So you have invited me. Anna says nobody has sent me an invitation. Thank you very much. Can we please continue the presentation? Until they switch on the presentation, let me move on to the next events that we did. So independence in our heart also had international format. We united with in such initiative a big number of people and different cities. So it was a mass event, and there was movement of from the square of First Republic to the Parliament, and it united a big number of people. We were very much touched because a great number of work was done by young people who came here as those who unfortunately cannot return back home, and they're also waiting for the moment of victory. And this voice connect with Ukraine. Specifically, the Independence Day this year specifically was extremely important and touching, because before that we wouldn't be able to understand how celebration of independence can be important for us. As far as I understand, we are unable to demonstrate the video. Okay, never mind. It's a pity, but we continue. There was also an action which we did just within one day. That was the time when we understood that Ukraine was mass bombed. All regions were terrorized by bombing, and we were getting ready for celebrating 14th of October, the Day of Defender of Ukraine. On 10th of October, we woke up from the news that, and those news made us understand that we cannot simply stay at home. We have to come out and say that Ukrainians support and those Ukrainians who are directly there. So Ukrainians in Georgia, they support those Ukrainians who are back in Ukraine. And we wanted to show which cities in Ukraine are being bombarded. And we had posters to show what Russia terrorist state did to our country, to our cities. For example, a girl in 1992, her parents came from Abkhazia. They came to Ukraine, and now Russia again is ruining their lives for the second time. And we saw this. How important it is to come out with such message. We have lots of such stories. Everybody had such stories. Everyone came with their own posts, with their photos, to demonstrate what is being taken by Russia from us, and what unbelievable energy people find within themselves to continue struggling, fighting. We were getting ready for this action. It had also been international. The action was called Defending Ukraine, and specifically this idea was to join a specific performance within which that Ukrainians who are abroad, they are representatives of that nation of warriors and nation of heroes who are now defending Ukraine and the whole world from Russian invasion. For this action, we gathered right in the center of Tbilisi, in Liberty Square. That was very symbolizing, and we made a circle of defend on the Liberty Square to demonstrate how Ukrainians are defending Ukraine and the whole world. So we wanted to make a defending circle. By this defending circle, we wanted to make a symbol and to demonstrate it. This is, now you can see one of the photos, how we are standing around the memorial and with the Ukrainian flag. I want to thank you a lot that you let me introduce such initiatives that are being born from every specific Ukrainian, and different people are joining in us, that they want to join us. We want to do something. You just tell us what we need to do. We will do everything. It is extremely important for us because it shows that Ukrainians can organize horizontally and from the bottom they can organize initiatives, and they can lead to very important results. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think just a few people don't know that in Batumi, that they don't know such initiative, Maidan Batumi. Maybe not everybody, they know that the leader of that initiative, of that group, and I would say even that movement, is Lenura Mengazieva. She is a Ukrainian from Crimea. I'm sorry, she is Crimean Tatar. I'm very sorry, I was informed like this. So she is a Tatar from Crimea. She relocated to Georgia in 2014. Good afternoon. Today I represent activity of one big community, I can say real family. A family of people who sell same vision and patriots, Maidan Batumi. I want to thank everybody who is present in this hall. You all do big work for helping Ukraine, and we cannot stop because we have a very severe, very brutal enemy, because we understand that in Ukrainian war, the fight is not only for Ukrainian freedom, it is for integrity of any country, and oppose state terrorists. But the main character is the people who are on the price of their own life. They're fighting for the glory to our heroes. Glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Slava, glory, glory, glory. From the first day of full-scale invasion on Maidan of Europe in Batumi, there are people who are not indifferent from Kartvelo, from to express their solidarity with Ukraine. Activists quickly react to immediate questions, issues of war. Apart from the main topic, we talked about close the sky over Ukraine, Russia, state country, save Azov-style warriors, stop drones supply from Iran. We are trying not to forget positive moments as well. There was an event done for Ukrainian children whose parents are Ukrainian warriors and volunteers. We found addressing of Ukrainian famous people, actors, and we united more than 4,000 people with the same ideas. 285 days daily, we tell to the world that the war goes on and that Ukraine requires attention and help from everybody. About Maidan, we can talk for a long time. All 285 days, but it's better to see one time. Attention to the screen.
Кожен більше, ніж людина. Ми один за одного без слів. На своїм вистоїмо землі. Ми з України. Серце велике, страшне навіки. Україна нездоланна, ми один за одного без слів. На своїм вистоїмо землі. Ми з України, серце велике, страшне навіки.
Thank you very much. Maidan in Batumi, and I want to have this video. Maidan in Batumi is more than daily actions. Maidan, that means people who joined together for one idea. I'm sorry. Everything for the fastest victory of Ukraine. Within the 9 months, side by side next to us, there were people from different nationalities, but all of them had love to Ukraine in their hearts. The geography of Maidan in Batumi starts in Batumi, but it goes around the world because around Ukraine, sincere and people, they are united. Everybody who wants to us from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. in Batumi. we want to unite us but because we can do many useful. We are making masking nests. And if you support our initiative in your cities, in your places, make communities, Ukraine will overcome. Glory to Ukraine. To the victory. Thank you. And before I give the microphone to Ms. Victoria Marchenko, who I want from all of us who are the participants of this forum, I want to thank USA and that USA that you came here and that you're together with us, that it's not only you gave financial support. Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Marchenko. I'm from Ukraine. I've been traveling 2 days and a night. 1 day from Kiev to Lviv, 1 day from Lviv to Poland, and 1 night from Warsaw to Tbilisi. Terribly, I was met in Tbilisi airport. We were held with dogs at the airport. I went all around the world. I have never been checked like that. In the hall, there was no water. There was bad smell in toilets, and people were speaking Russian language to me. I do not understand Russian language, and I don't want to understand Russian language. If you want to talk to me, you either speak English or Ukrainian. But I'm here, and I'm very happy to be here. I've been in Ukraine all the time. I was born in a hero city in Chernihiv. I live in Kiev, and now I live now in Lviv, and I drink together with Portnikov coffee. In USA, I'm holding the free media. Please raise your hands who here in this hall is 28 years old or below. 28 or below, please. 28 or less. Just a few, or less. 28 or less. 28 and a half years I've been working in USA, Ukraine, and starting. I will not tell you all this story, it's a long story, but today I'm not speaking as a representative of USAID, but as a Ukrainian citizen and as an expert of developing social community and free media. And before I will tell you something, we're going to have a little exercise. I don't want to have translation, so I'm coming to you. I took off my heels because I'm going to fall down. Okay, first of all, we are going to get up. I need assistance. Here I have my new daughter. Her name is Elena. Please come here. Please come here. Her name is Elena. She's a Georgian. My children's son Bogdan and her daughter-in-law from Philippines. Her name is Claire. They are in Lviv. So you're my also daughter. I do not have grandchildren. Now with you, I have a grandchild. So I'm Busatus for you. This is what my parents used to call me. I'm very happy to get to know you. I'm listening to you in Ukrainian. Yes, now we are. We are going to get up. Please get up. Those people who who is not from Georgia and not from Ukraine. No Georgia, not Ukraine. Yeah. So I'm
Please stand up. Nobody. Nobody. Okay.
ніхто не
Georgians. Stand up, please.
ქართველებო წამოდექით. სვანებო ქართველებო.
And please stay. Okay.
დარჩით.
Ukrainians, stand up, please.
უკრაინელებო,
And please stay.
დარჩით.
Зараз мені потрібна Аня.
Now I need Anna. Anna, please come here. And I also need, yes, you. Can you please come here? No, the lady who is singing. Yes, you, please. I also need 2 men. I need 2 men. Please come here. Please, 2 men, come here. No, you stay here. You stay here. No, you come here. You come here. One more.
Yeah, gender inequality.
Давай.
Please, come. Stay here. Stay here, please. Now we are all standing. Now we're going to sing.
I'm standing like mother of
No, you are here. Please hold it. Do you see? Can you see the words? Can you see the words?
The winner of the Eurovision song, Stefania Kalush Orchestra. 3, 4. Стефанія, мама, Стефанія, розцвітає поле, а вона сивіє. Заспівай мені, мамо, колискову, хочу ще почути твоє рідне слово. Стефанія, мамо, Стефанія, розквітає поле, а вона сивіє. Заспівайте, мами, мені колискову, хочу ще почути твоє рідне слово. Браво!
Well done. And it's
Smells my perfume because I was wearing it for the dinner yesterday with the mission director. Я вчора мала вечерю з Джоном Пенелом. Це мій друг, він директор USAID Грузія. Це мій друг з 2000 року, 22 роки.
He's been my friend, Mr. John Pennell. He has been my friend since 2002. He's been working in Ukraine for 2 tenors, and Georgia is extremely lucky. Yesterday I had dinner with him and I was wearing this, and I gave him a T-shirt, Russian ship. And now I'm going to tell you something. By the way, this is cocoa butter, and now it helps for throat, and this is also cognac and whiskey. Yes. Well. Honestly speaking, I have very little to add from what John has told you. We have the same enemy. We have the same target. It is European Union and the NATO. We must be united. The organization that has arranged this forum, this is a long partner of USAID. I can say that I'm its mother. They call the organization is called Jednanie. it is a fantastic name of Jednania means uniting. So let's be united for the sake of overcoming Russia. What can be done by NGOs in both countries? First of all, and most important, to help local governments do homework in order to obtain membership in European Union and NATO. In Ukraine, we have a fantastic foundation, New Europe Center Foundation. Alona Hetmanchuk, Ansiri Solodky, Katya Zarembo. They went all around the world. What is necessary for Ukraine in order to overcome? I ask you to unite, and this will give all the contact details. The second one, we should find propaganda and disinformation, Russian disinformation propaganda, naturally. We have fantastic experience and organizations. Internews Ukraine, they have fantastic platform which unites all Ukrainian citizens around the world, Ukrainian citizens around the world. We have fantastic detector media, mass information, Philip Orlik Institution, Stop Fake, and many other organizations. Organization Jednania will give you all the contacts. Get in touch with them. Point number 3, educate our people and to teach them to critical thinking. We have a fantastic experience of Ukrainian media that will help you to unite. Number 4, to cooperate in free media. It's absolutely necessary. Jednania has key detector media. Detector shows all the events wonderfully. They show all the events done by NGOs. Number 5, intersectoral cooperation. Cooperation with those organizations work on economic issues and ecologic questions, education and culture. Culture is a soft force and it's extremely important. Language is a weapon. Learn Ukrainian, learn Georgian, learn English, forget Russian. All progressive people around the world now have to define with whom they are. With Ukraine will not be able to overcome just by itself, only together with other countries. Possibilities. Due to war, unfortunately, Ukraine has a lot of international help and finances for Ukrainian non-governmental organizations. Get united with Ukrainians non-governmental organizations that exist in Ukraine, create common projects and apply to our grants. Jednania and engage the projects with whom I work. They have lots of opportunities, capabilities to support all your initiatives. A conference in London in summer 2023 is extremely important. It was called, it used to be called, it is very much important to address to British embassy and to provide all possible means in order to enable civil society to be present actively in that conference. I've got more gray hair and lost my nerves when I was pushing civil society on such a conference in Lugano this year, when several years ago there was same conference in Toronto. It was absolutely like very sweet, because I cannot eat sweets. That was very easy. So Canada was a very good example of involving civil society to discussing these problems. And the last thing what I want to mention today, my icon during my life, that is Bogdan Gavrilishin. I was my second education, international institution of management that was created by Bogdan Dmitrovich. He was born in 1922 on the 19th of October, and now government of Ukraine, so the date of his birth, it is the day of people, human dignity. So Mr. Gavrilishin, he went a very unusual path. He died in sleep when he was going to turn 90. So it was celebrated in Palazzo Ukraina in Kiev. He celebrated his 90th birthday, and then he died. He passed away. With his wife, we were meeting in the smoking room. So Mr. Bogdan, he passed away from he was from concentration camp. Then he was in Canada. Then he became a millionaire in Canada and in Switzerland. And all his money he used for supporting the youth. I want to finish my speech with his words. Say the truth, aim the harmony, learn times and again, be a free person, and most important, dream, have dreams. Dream, and I want to gift this book. He has a foundation in Switzerland that is run by his wife and daughter, and they are holding the responsibility. Here there are two manifests. One is in English and one is in Ukrainian. What means a responsible person? I want to give it to Anna. She deserves it, and she will share it with you, so you'll read it together. And for the end, together we're going to win. Glory to the armed forces of Ukraine, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you. You know, after such mightful accord to finish our session, I want to thank all our speakers for very resultful, deep and important information that you provided, and to the positive that you shared with us. And I think this session was a great one, really. Yeah, how is it possible to survive without positive in asylums? Thank you very much. Dear friends, now we are going. Let's pass a little bit the coffee break for a little bit. I think not everybody is hungry. There will be a little surprise during coffee break. So, and together with coffee break, we will do the finishing. So, we now are going to the next hall across the to the neighbor, and they will have brainstorm.
დარბაზში ეს ნაწილი დასრულებული არის. ეხლა გვექნება პატარა შესვენება და გავაგრძელებთ აქტიურად ცოტა ხანში. მადლობთ.
То Тому дуже просимо всіх тоді без перерви, всіх запрошуємо в зал. Там буде 4 столи на різні теми. У вас є в програмах теми. І наші модератори за столами будуть кожен модерувати вас, але не будуть вас змушувати саме якісь проекти писати. Ви маєте це зробити самі. Я зараз мікрофоном туди підійду і буду там, в принципі, якимось чином допомагати зорієнтувати, кому що робити. Тому 5 хвилин. Окей, давайте тоді 5 хвилин. Хтось там на якісь свої справи піде і збираємося через 5 хвилин там в тому залі. С книжкой я хочу. А де пані?